in there.
Good evening, Democrats, and welcome to this very special night. It's a night that I think we have long waited for, and one that I think that we're ready for tonight. I'm Scott J. Hamilton, Executive Director of the Oklahoma Democratic Party, and my co-host this evening is one of the most remarkable people I know, Alicia Andrews, who is the chair of the Oklahoma Party. We're just a couple of minutes late getting started because we're right in the middle of a watch party for the state here at Driller Stadium in Tulsa. If you are in Tulsa, come on out and join us live. But if you're watching from anywhere else, we are delighted that you're here, and we hope that you will bounce in and out with us all evening long. We want to be your alternative to some of the major networks, because we're going to be talking with candidates here in Oklahoma, party leaders from around the country, and perhaps most importantly, people just like you and me, people who vote because our lives depend on it. So real quickly, want to just say how this is a first for us, Alicia. We have never once been on screen together at the same time.
Wow, okay.
You're muted.
I know, but I don't want us to echo.
Oh.
I'm hoping that people can hear me if I talk loud enough. It's like because I don't echo.
And we are echoing a little bit.
So I took it off. So I am glad to be here. It's, I enjoy working with you side by side, but I'm glad to be with you here tonight during this really exciting event. People are showing up, and it looks like it's going to be really fun. I'm excited about all the people that you have that you've worked so hard to schedule that are going to be joining us tonight. I hope that folks at home who are watching enjoy everything we see. We're going to be talking to elected officials and chairs and executive directors from other states, and to hear what's going on in their state. We're hoping for a really great event this evening.
We certainly are. And Alicia and I have talked a lot over the last few days about this generalized anxiety that everyone has seemed to have. But tonight, that seems to have traded places with more of an air of excitement, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. People are excited. The energy outside is, everybody's ready. And I've been saying to everyone who's asked, everybody's ready for an adult in the White House. Everybody's ready for an adult in the White House. I go live every day and I ask people if they will support and be there for local candidates. And we have local candidates here, and people are excited about the local candidates as well.
They really are. And we've seen people work so hard, especially in the middle of a pandemic. Who would have thought that people would have still volunteered at the level that they have? It's been pretty remarkable. I'm awfully proud of our folks.
Well, that's one of the things about Democrats. We may fight amongst each other, and we may not think that we're all on the same page, but when it comes time to show up and help each other, when it comes down to making sure that we're getting as many people to the ballot as we possibly can, Democrats show up.
We were hoping that Governor David Walters could be with us tonight. However, he is on OETA virtually all evening tonight. So he was good enough, though, to send his regards to us last night, and we're going to let you hear now what he had to say. This is one of Oklahoma's favorites, Governor David Walters.
Listen, at the end of a campaign cycle like we are facing today with Election Day tomorrow, I feel grateful to all the candidates who offered themselves for public service. And I look back at when I started writing checks to candidates was a year ago. I think Joanna Dossett in Tulsa got the first check, and she's run a great campaign. I've talked to 25 different candidates and tried to provide some support. Mickey Dollins, proud of the race that he's running hard for re-election. Abby Broyles has run a tremendous, some call it feisty, I call it tenacious and energetic. Kendra Horn, we're all rooting for a very hard-fought race, and I feel good about the campaign she's run. I think that she's run the most sophisticated, well-funded campaign in the history of the state of Oklahoma. Alex Scott in Tulsa, Jacob Rosenkrantz, Zoe Midyat, who a lot of people don't know but ran for Congress out in western Oklahoma, worked really hard. Waylon Cubitt, who's running for Oklahoma County Sheriff, and we're just keeping our fingers crossed. Waylon will make a fantastic sheriff. And then my representative, Chelsea Branham, Kelly Albright further south, Monroe Nichols, who's led the House soft side, has worked very hard. I look at Emily Virgin, who's worked so hard. She was out door knocking this weekend, and both of her parents have had COVID, and our prayers go out to her and her family. Senator Kay Floyd, I've never met anybody who worked harder than Kay Floyd. She called me all hours of the day and night, always trying to do the best for her candidates. And even down ballot, Spencer Hicks, who's running for county commissioner, we're really proud of the race that he's run and wish him the best. I can't mention all the candidates, but please know that this smattering of candidates is a group that I've got a lot of respect for. I have respect for the party, Alicia Andrews and all the work she's done, the Central Committee members, Kaylin Free, my National Committee woman partner. Congratulations to you all. It's been a hell of an election cycle, and I wish you every success.
Well, that was Governor Walters, and we so appreciate him taking the time to offer his best wishes. He and I were talking last week, and he was awfully kind in his comments, not just about the party, but about the candidates that we had this year in Oklahoma. Really a very exceptional group of people dedicated to making positive change right here in the Sooner State. Before I introduce our next guest and our special correspondent for this evening, I just should mention that NBC, to no one's great surprise, has already called the state of Oklahoma for Trump, and we'll just leave that right there where it lies tonight. But that, like I said, that's no big surprise. I'm very, very happy now to introduce a man who is serving as our correspondent from Philadelphia tonight. As you know, Pennsylvania has been a hard-fought race for both candidates. It's also been the location of a great deal of contention among civic groups there, and unfortunately, the citizens got caught right in the middle of it. So it's my pleasure to introduce or reintroduce him, because he's no stranger to those of us in Oklahoma. In fact, he's got a tremendous reputation around the world as an advocate for the LGBTQ community, and especially doing away with that horrible, horrible thing called so-called reparative or conversion therapy. We'll talk about that perhaps later on in the evening. But Wayne, first of all, welcome. I'm so grateful that you were able and willing to give up a chunk of your time tonight with us.
Thanks. It's great to be here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well. Let's start, if you would. Just you painted a horrifying picture to me of your neighborhood when we spoke on Sunday evening. We should point out, I've seen the photographs from your windows and of your neighborhood that you've been sharing, and it's a lovely neighborhood. But this week it has seemed pretty foreign to you, hasn't it?
Well, in some respects, it's felt like I've lived in another country. I wouldn't quite go so far as martial law, but I would say that there were literally hundreds of police officers on my block and around my block. I live about a block and a half from City Hall. There's also, aside from hundreds of police officers, the National Guard is here with their machine guns. And it doesn't feel like anything I've ever experienced before in the United States of America. And I think that goes to why we're all so concerned about Donald Trump, the divisiveness, the ugliness, the authoritarianism. And there is a lot that we do not recognize about our country today. And hopefully this election will get us back on the right path so we can continue our progress and be the nation we know we are. We know we're not the nation of Donald Trump. And if we are, and this is what America chooses, God help us all. We're in for an incredibly difficult time domestically, but also throughout the world. So this is the biggest night of my life, and I think all of our lives. I think this is a difference between democracy and potential dictatorship, or some form of it, certainly authoritarianism and corruption like we've never seen. And I think the entire world is watching. I think NATO could be destroyed if Donald Trump was back. I think he could potentially sell us out to our adversaries. I think he's going to get rid of all the adults in the room. He's already been doing that, and it's going to leave us with a bunch of yes men and women who are going to allow him to loot the treasury and make himself rich and his buddies. I think so much is riding on tonight. I cannot, and I'm not even overestimating. If anything, I'm underselling what it is for this country. And it's not just, he's saying this, if you listen to our allies throughout the world, they're terrified. The America as they know it has been on vacation, so to speak, for 4 years. If Donald Trump remains in office leading this entire nation, this experiment of America, as they said, the republic, if you can keep it, was Ben Franklin. We're not going to keep it necessarily if Donald Trump is back. So let's all hope for the best and be as optimistic as possible. Well, there's still hope. It doesn't look like my state of Florida is doing too well right now. That's where I'm originally from. And I'm not particularly thrilled with the results from Miami-Dade right now, but we're going to keep our eyes on that.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised with Miami-Dade, just given some of the things that have happened the last few weeks. Later on in our broadcast, we're going to be speaking with some folks in Florida, beginning first in Jacksonville with a woman who is a senior Black woman, and I want to get her perspective, and also a newly married same-gender couple in St. Pete. Hold on just a moment, Wayne. Okay, thank you. We're going to have some interruptions like that through the course of the evening, just because some of our candidates are being pulled in to national media outlets, and so we're going to play it kind of as we go. We do have a very full night, though. Wayne, right now, what Pennsylvania is a huge question mark, because the entire country has a lot to win or lose, depending on what happens tonight in what happens tonight in Pennsylvania. I realize that the entire state of Pennsylvania is not Philadelphia, where you are. So talk a little bit about parts of the state where you are not, but where you have visited.
Well, Pennsylvania is famously called Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, with Alabama in between. And it's an enormous state. It takes hours upon hours to cross it, to go from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh. And in between, it is incredibly rural and in some parts remarkably conservative. In fact, I would say in terms of conservatism, I don't think there's that much difference between, say, Oklahoma and central Pennsylvania, or the south, the southwestern part, which abuts West Virginia. This is a state that can go either way. This is a true swing state. I do think that if Donald Trump falls, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are victorious, well, because he turned off so many people in the Philadelphia and Pittsburgh suburbs. And we're seeing that, or we're seeing evidence of this already in Oklahoma. I'm sorry, not Oklahoma, but rather Ohio, with Delaware County in Ohio. And that state is going more heavily towards Biden than for Clinton before. And that's a suburban area. So that is what I'm hopeful will happen, is that he's turned so many people off this personal behavior and failure to protect us from the epidemic, that the suburbs, particularly college-educated people, are going to en masse reject him because of his rejection of reality, his rejection of science, his rejection of decency, his rejection of anything that isn't about enriching himself and his family. And so I remain hopeful, but I was a little disappointed with Florida. And here's something I don't understand. I got to be honest. I'm from Miami originally, and I grew up with a lot of wonderful people of Cuban descent. And I don't understand the pitch from Donald Trump that why it would resonate. They're talking about socialism and communism. But if you ask me, which one reminds you more of Fidel Castro or Chavez? Joe Biden, the humble guy from Scranton, or the guy who goes out on the balcony and takes off his mask and does his puffs his chest out like Mussolini and says he might not concede in an election? Which one reminds you more of these dictators, of a Pinochet? Who is that? I said, I don't understand that appeal. I mean, if you're really afraid that what's going to happen here is going to mirror what happened in the Caribbean and Latin America, I think the choice should have been pretty clear that it's Joe Biden. Donald Trump reminds me of every dictator I've ever seen in every movie, from the black and white movies of Mussolini puffing his chest out to Chavez. It escapes me why anybody would buy Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's no wonder that Evita is his favorite Broadway play, if he's even seen a Broadway play. We'll come back to you a little bit later, Wayne. We're just about to interview someone who has run a really, really challenging election, or probably campaign this year. So stand by with us. And I want you to, a little later on tonight, to delve into the piece you published this week about how tyranny has come to the United States. It was a really great think piece. So we'll see you again in just a little while, Wayne. Thank you.
All right, looking forward to it, and good luck. Let's hopefully have a great night tonight. We our fears are laid, and things will turn out all right.
We are just about to welcome onto our program a woman that I've had the pleasure of working with in her campaign, just watching her grow so much. She's not quite here yet. I'm going to ask my associate producer Tucker, what are we expecting her just any moment? Okay, thank you. And as I said, this is all live tonight, so we are going with the flow, which is actually making it very interesting for me, and I hope that it is for you. I want to talk just a moment while we're waiting about our experience voting today. My husband and I requested absentee ballots, and because of my procrastinating and my work schedule, I'd like to say it was all my work schedule, but that would not be genuine. We did not mail them in time, so we went to vote today. I was quite surprised. We got to the polling place mid-morning, and there was a long line snaking down the block. Now, admittedly, because of the COVID restrictions, we were not able to snake through the facility inside as in elections past, but still there were a lot of people voting today. And in terms of early voting, in the first 4 hours that early voting was open in Tulsa, more people had voted early than in the entire election last year. So we're still waiting for Abby Broyles to join us, but I'm awfully happy to be welcoming someone from Washington, D.C. And in just a moment, we're going to be hearing from a good friend of mine, a colleague that I love to work with, and we'll be back in just about half a minute. I have had the pleasure of working very, very closely with our next guest tonight. We talk at least twice a week, and oftentimes it's more than that. Texting in the evenings and the weekends, she's always so responsive. And when I say a colleague, I mean that in the very best sense of the word. And I will say that she continues to teach me a lot because she has held a similar position. And I'm very, very happy to welcome to our broadcast this evening, Lauren Harmon Murphy. Lauren is the Deputy Executive Director of the Association of State Democratic Parties. How do you get all that on one business card?
It takes a bunch of different lines, Scott, especially now that I've tacked my married name onto the end there.
I'm so happy you could join with us tonight. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a really exciting night. I think like everyone, I've been frankly a ball of anxiety and stress and trying to work through that by texting and calling voters all day to make sure they knew where to vote, to stay in line and all of that. But it's been exciting. We've been getting ready for this for 4 years. State parties have been getting ready for this moment for a lot longer by building the infrastructure that we're using to get this done this year. So I'm ready, and I know you are too.
Oh, we are. Lauren, your primary responsibility, I say primary because I know that you and your team work across the country, but your primary responsibility is supporting Midwestern states in our party efforts. And I'm not going to ask you to comment on where you see everyone in those places tonight because we'll be talking with a lot of those folks. But tell me, what is the mood like in Washington tonight?
I think it's what I would call hopeful anticipation. We know that we've worked really hard. We've seen this incredible effort come together, both nationally from the DNC, from our sister committees, as well as in-state parties, where they've really been doing the unglamorous behind-the-scenes work of building up the infrastructure to get ready for this moment. And so, it's like they say, you don't want to pop the champagne before you have the win, but we're feeling hopeful. And I think that for a lot of us being able to go and cast our ballot against Donald Trump in the last couple of days when early voting began, for me here in DC, for some of my other colleagues who are scattered across the country due to these unprecedented times with COVID, it really was just a big emotional sigh of relief to say, okay, I've done my part. What else can I do? And so, we're anxious, we're nervous, but we're excited. And we've seen these incredible turnout numbers all across the country. I never thought I would see 100 million people having voted before Election Day. I mean, it just truly blows my mind. The enthusiasm is off the charts.
It does me too. Lauren, can I ask you, if you don't mind, could I ask you to stay with us for just a couple more minutes?
Absolutely.
We have got to chat really quickly with our Senate candidate before she gets yanked into something else. But if you'll stay with me, we'll come right back to you, okay? Well, I mentioned a moment ago that someone I was particularly excited to be joining us tonight is a woman that I had the pleasure of interviewing a couple of weeks ago. I say interviewing, that's really not what it was. Instead, it was a wonderful conversation. I am so thrilled with the campaign that she has run, and it's my privilege to reintroduce you to the candidate, my absolute favorite candidate for Senate, running against the dinosaur Jim Inhofe, Abby Broyles. Abby, how are you tonight?
Hi, I'm great, Scott. How are you?
I'm okay, but I haven't been working nearly as hard as you have this week, this month, this year.
Yeah, it's been a crazy year. In the past few weeks, we've gained so much momentum, as you know. So I've been crisscrossing the state. Had the privilege of being in Tulsa and Enid today, and back here now in Oklahoma City, watching the results come in.
I saw all the places you were, and it said, have coffee with Abby in this town, have coffee with Abby in this town. I mean, like, I was thinking, she won't have a problem staying up on election night with all those caffeine stops that she's had this week.
Yeah.
What are you feeling right now? Tell me what you're feeling as not the candidate, but Abby the person.
I am very optimistic about this race. And, I know that folks are looking at their cell phones and they're probably seeing some races that are already being called. I want to encourage folks to stay up and keep watching this race because right now, Tulsa and Oklahoma County has not reported results. And there are news outlets out there already calling this race. This isn't over. Oklahomans across the state are hungry for change. We need to be looking at every result from every county in the state of Oklahoma because I know from touring the state, from talking to voters, from listening to Oklahomans that people are ready for change. And I still think that we're going to see that result tonight.
Well, I'm counting on that, Abby. And I know that you are really limited on time. So I just want to say thank you for jumping on with us. And I'm going to let you get some rest tomorrow, but I'm looking forward to talking with you later in the week. And just know that our hearts are with you and our votes as well. Thank you so much, Abby.
And thank you so much, Scott. Everybody stay up. It's going to be an exciting night. I'll talk to you soon.
All righty.
Bye.
Now I'm going to welcome back Lauren. Lauren, I'm sorry that I had to bounce off for a moment, and it looks like.
Uh-oh. I'm going to click out and click right back in, so hold tight.
That's a deal. And the wonderful thing about doing this program live tonight is that we've all watched CNN and MSNBC so much that we know that there are technical issues that can arise when we broadcast remotely like this. I think it's really interesting how so many of the anchors have lost their own audio in their own dens. So I don't feel bad at all. And here you are. We can see you again, and we can hear you too.
Great. Well, sorry about that. Glad to be back, and thanks again for having me. This is great.
Tell me what your plan is, Lauren, after today. I mean, are you going away? Are you you taking a month off? What is your plan, Lauren?
Well, usually after the election, I would take a vacation thanks to Trump's failed COVID response and his cronies in the Senate and the Congress who've really been blocking things. I don't know if that will be possible. But, honestly, we have some big stuff to work through first and foremost, which is protecting the results. We've seen a lot of really frivolous lawsuits coming down from Republicans. Trump has been threatening to challenge the results all across the country. I don't want anyone to be scared because I know that sounds like a scary thing and it does make my heart beat a little faster, but we've been winning. We're going to keep winning. So I think that's got to be priority one, is protect the results that so many people have been working so hard to create. And then after that, maybe a little staycation.
I hope you get it. Well, Lauren, I know you've got a lot going on tonight, so I won't keep you. Just thank you. Thank you from all of us in Oklahoma, all the folks who will never even meet you, but we all owe you a debt of gratitude for everything that you have done and continue to do for the Oklahoma Democratic Party. Thank you so much, Lauren.
Thank you so much, Scott, and to you and the chairwoman and the vice chairman, everyone on the line. It's truly a pleasure to work with you. You do so much for the state, just in there doing the unglamorous things all the time, the things that are behind the scenes that people don't see, but that's what gets you over the finish line. And it's really been a treat to do this work alongside y'all. So good luck tonight. I'm rooting for you, and let's finish this thing.
Thank you. We'll talk real soon, Lauren.
All right. I know we will. Bye, y'all.
Well, I'm being rejoined in just a moment by my co-anchor tonight, our chair, Alicia Andrews. Before we do that, though, I'm going to ask Ryan, who is with us here in the studio. Ryan, I am not plugged in. Evidently, there's something that's unplugged from this computer. If you could just follow it all the nope, not oh, I'm just holding this one. Okay. It may be in the well, you'll fix that. I don't need to tell you what to do. So I'm a little flustered because I'm afraid of losing power. We can't afford to do that. So in just a moment, our chair will be rejoining us. I want to thank you all again for being with us, and I encourage you to pop on, and especially on Facebook. We will love to know what your thoughts are. You can share your thoughts on Facebook, and we will be sharing them with others as well. So it looks like I'm plugged back in. Thank you for that, Ryan. And I mentioned that our chair would be rejoining us. She just got pulled away to do an interview. This is an exciting evening, and she's just making her way back into the studio. And with that, I'm going to welcome her back to our broadcast this evening. In just 20 seconds, you'll be joined again by Alicia Andrews.
All righty. Hi, Democrats. So the energy hit F1, 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 F1. Here we go. So the energy here is electric. So there's a lot of media here, a lot of candidates here, a lot of Democrats just here, ready to, I don't know another word, but congregate. They're ready to fellowship with other Democrats. It's kind of an exciting evening. I'm so grateful that you guys got to meet Lauren Harmon, who is our liaison with the ASGC. She helps us out tremendously. I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here you go.
While we work through our technical difficulties here. And so can I introduce Joanna?
Yeah.
Okay. So I've been talking about this woman all week in every media that puts a camera in front of me, because we're so excited that we're getting ready to get a new state senator. I'd like to welcome Joanna Dossett, who is running for State Senate District 35, and she's a TV star. I've been seeing all of your commercials. I'm so excited. So tell me how you're feeling.
Alicia, thank you so much for having me this evening. This broadcast is absolutely wonderful and inspiring. I'm doing so well and actually doing my favorite thing on the campaign trail, which is pole running. I've got my husband here beside me, and we are at the beautiful University United Methodist Church here on the TU campus, one of the wonderful landmarks of State Senate District 35. And I've got to tell you, from the preliminary results that all of our poll runners are texting in, things are looking good. So we're feeling really, really good, Alicia. Thank you so much.
I have been rooting for you for a really long time, and I cannot wait until I can call you Senator Dossett. We already have a Senator Dossett. Wouldn't it be great if we had two, right? And hello,
Yes.
Mr. Barber.
There he is right there. Thank you so much, Alicia.
Certainly. So how did you teach today? Did you take today off?
I did teach today. So many of you know by now I'm a 16-year Oklahoma public educator. I teach English language development to English learners. And I've got to tell you, you all know this, and you know the teachers in your lives. Your joy is where the children are. And that's where I needed to be today, where my joy is. And of course, I had my stomach was in knots all day long. But it was a great day of learning, a great day of teaching. And when 4 o'clock hit, we were off to the races with interviews, much like this one, poll running, like I said. And then we're headed over to One Oak Stadium here imminently. Can't wait to congregate and fellowship with other like-minded folks who have great hopes for this evening's results.
So you know what they say. They say you can tell what kind of legislator someone will be by how they run. And you have run an admirable race. You have been just out there really working hard, being kind to people, being open, really being a workhorse on the doors, just pleasant. I just can't wait to see how you legislate.
Thank you so much. And Alicia, I think that we all, we look for role models. I have certainly found a role model in you. And I absolutely, in our Tulsa County Party leadership as well, we're people who treat others with decency and kindness. When ugliness arises, we turn the other cheek and we keep up the work. And we're confident that attitude and that work ethic will prevail and will shine our light to others who may be looking for a role model, for how they need to be. So just thank you, Alicia, as well for setting the stage for positive, dignity and decency-filled campaigns by Democrats here in the state of Oklahoma.
Well, like I said, again, I want to thank you for being such an honorable candidate, such a candidate that's so easy to root for. And it's easy to be the leader of the state party when there are good candidates like you on the ballot.
Thank you. Thank you so
very
much.
And I'll see you when you get here.
Absolutely. Take care.
All right. Thanks.
I want to ask you, how many interviews have you done this week? Have you kept track?
I've not kept track. I think I'm right around 10.
I think it's more than that. I guess I'm thinking like within the last 7 days.
Within the last 7 days, it's probably more than that, which is one of the things when I ran, I said that I was going to raise the level of the party, the profile of the party. I want as many reporters, as many citizens, as many voters to hear the words Oklahoma Democratic Party as much as I can make that happen. And so if there's an opportunity for me to make sure that people are hearing the words Oklahoma Democratic Party, make sure that Democrats recognize that there's someone fighting for what's important to Democrats, because I think that that's what keeps us going. I think that that's what makes people give people hope. And so it's something that I've had to grow into because I ran because I wanted to fix the party. But I recognize in order to fix the party, I needed to make sure that people love the party and respect the party and know what the party stands for.
I think that you've probably won this ground in meeting that goal this year. I know that you got more reporters waiting to talk to you. I really see you a little bit. You're talking to some of our candidates. Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Can't wait.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Okay, we are. I'm really impressed with the number of people who are coming into this this live event. Like I said before, if you are in the Tulsa area, we encourage you to come on and join us here at Driller Field. We've got lots of security. We are socially distancing. Everyone is wearing masks. You'll notice that Alicia and I are not wearing masks when we are on camera, but we're also a good distance apart. So I wanted to just say that we are trying to set the example that we hope that all of you will just keep taking care of yourselves. And that's another thing we're going to be talking about later on tonight. I want to spend some time later looking at what's next for all of us. When I asked that question a moment ago of Lauren Harmon, she answered all the right ways. And I think that we need a plan. Each one of us needs a plan for how we're going to carry on our lives. But first, we're going to all have to take some time and rest. Wayne Besen is going to be joining us back in the studio in just a moment from his home. And actually, he will be joining us from his home in Philadelphia. There's some people I want to acknowledge tonight, besides those that we're talking to here, the candidates, the people who have agreed to join us from around the country. But I want to say a very special word of thanks, one, to the volunteers, because I found it just outrageously refreshing to hear from people calling saying, look, I don't have money to give and I don't even have much time, but I can commit 2 hours a week to helping get somebody elected. It doesn't even have to be someone in my area. I just want to help get Democrats elected in Oklahoma. So when you hear those kinds of things, it lets us know that there is a desire among Oklahomans for more positive change. When you look at Tulsa right now, where we are located, Tulsa is the third highest in terms of use of hospital beds and respirators. Now that's frightening. And all the while, the governor of this state has parroted what the president has said, that it's no big deal, that everyone's going to be fine. He had it, he was fine. The president had it, he was fine. Well, we know that that's not the case for 230,000 Americans or their families. And so we have got to be serious about positive change, not just change for change's sake, but true change in leadership. Leadership is lacking right now. One of the state questions on our ballot today was, do we give up 75% of the money that's allocated to the tobacco settlement? That was the big lawsuit that was filed against Big Tobacco, and they were responsible for giving money to the states. The states, in turn, are spending that money as wisely, particularly here in Oklahoma. I've been so impressed with their smoking cessation programs, their anti-smoking campaigns, the work that they've done with young people so that they never start smoking. And the state question that we voted on today, which was 814, said, let's give 75% of that money to the legislature. Well, if you've lived in Oklahoma very long at all, you know that by turning over funds to the Republican-led legislature here has not boded well for individuals or any of us in Oklahoma, and certainly not the state as a whole. So I think it would have been just giving them a blank check and allowing them to sidestep their own responsibilities of finding the money to expand Medicaid. And that was what we all voted on earlier this year, and it's something that's crucial for our older Oklahomans and for those who are poor and have no means of getting care. And so that's why we had to expand it. That's why the people spoke. And now the legislature, again, is trying to sidestep their responsibilities. We can't let that happen. And it's my hope that tonight we find, when all the counting is done, that 814, state question 814, is resoundingly defeated by the people of Oklahoma. I also want to say a very special word of thanks to the staff of the Oklahoma Democratic Party. Now, you may not be aware of this. I'm going to ask Tucker, if you will again, please check my power. There's something going on. I think that we might just be touching it in the wrong way. Thank you. Tucker Gamble, who is our deputy director of data with the party, is tonight serving as our associate producer, and a remarkable job because it was literally tossed his way. He grabbed it and he ran with it, and I'm so appreciative of that. I also want to say deeply, deeply thankful for Ryan Starkweather and all that he does for the party. Not at all just what's written down in his job description, but a whole lot more. He cares about the party. He cares about the people we serve, and he cares about Oklahoma Democrats. And he's been with us here this evening. Actually started early today, loading things in Oklahoma City, bringing them here, unloading them, setting them up, and none of that's a part of his job description. So I appreciate him very much. Also want to say thank you to Andrew Rickle. Andrew, believe me, he is a full-time data director, and that is his job, and he has been doing it so beautifully throughout this campaign cycle. I'm awfully proud of the work that he's done. But just take a look at this piece 1 second. Here we go. I wanted you to see that because I gave that to him yesterday, and I said, I need a transition piece. I called it a bumper, and he said, you mean a transition piece? And that's exactly what I meant. He was able to, on top of everything else he's doing right now, was able to create that graphic as well as our intro. And so I want to say thank you to Andrew. Our communications director, Angela Allman, is keeping track of where we are tonight in Oklahoma races, and will be giving us the information as the evening goes. And I want to say a special word of thanks to our coordinated campaign team. Jared Deck has led that effort, and he's been joined by Joshua Harris Till, who is the president of Young Democrats of America, not Oklahoma, but Young Democrats of America. And he will be joining us later this evening. But I want to thank him for the work that he's done with the coordinated campaign, Sarah Gray for her work, and Stuart Schofield for his. So you see, we have among the smallest staff parties of any state in the country, and yet we're still able to do good work because we have dedicated people, and I'm awfully grateful for that. We are, in a moment, we're going to take a look around the party that's happening outside tonight, so that you can get a feel for what we're living with live here. I thought we had another election result to give to you, and we don't. So in just a few moments, we are going to continue with welcoming our candidates. You've noticed that this the first portion of our program tonight is heavy with Oklahoma, and that was by design. We will be bringing in folks from around the country as the evening progresses, and just wanted to clarify that we will be having lots of other folks joining us. McKenna Tower Porter says that she's watching with her generator in Oklahoma City. Wow, I wish I had a generator in Oklahoma City. One of the nicest things about coming to Tulsa today, besides spending the evening with you good folks, is the fact that I had a nice hot shower for the first time in over a week. If you're watching from outside of Oklahoma, you may not have heard, but we experienced quite a significant ice storm this week, the second worst ice storm in recorded history in Oklahoma. And many of us are still without power, even now, as the temperatures have been in the 70s and 80s. It just seems like a distant memory from when we had the ice storm. However, its effects still linger. Want to just say hello to Denise Bushman, who's joining us tonight, saying a big hello. Hi. She's wishing Joanna hello. You've already heard from Joanna. And wow, Joanna is just another one of the great people that we have who have been running for office this year. Tucker, you have some results I need to talk about? Not yet? Okay, well, Tucker is going to be heading out into the crowd in just a few moments and talking to some of the folks who are here. And I'm going to, as a matter of fact, he's heading out now, so I'm going to bring him in as he heads outside. Tucker, can you hear me okay? We don't quite work out the pieces of this, but you
how's it going?
That folks who are here are having a good time. Like I said, we're socially distancing. Folks are wearing their masks, and we've got tons of media with us tonight. And I'm awfully glad of that.
Mind talking to us about how you're feeling right now?
Parker is watching us tonight, and I'm grateful for that. We will be talking. We will be talking with her in about an hour, around 8:40 right now. But I'm glad that you're watching already tonight. So,
there we are.
Okay, can you hear me, Tucker?
All right. How are we feeling right now?
Tucker's got a gentleman there.
Fair enough. Yeah, absolutely.
And I cannot hear either one of you.
Right now,
we're going to work on that, Tucker, and we're going to bring you back in just a little bit. In talking to my colleagues around the country this week, it has I've heard no complaints. Not that the days have been endless, not that not that we are exhausted, not that we've worked weekends for the last month. I haven't heard any of those kind of complaints. Instead, I've heard people talking about how fortunate they are to be working for a positive change here in the United States, because we recognize that it only happens because of hard work and dedication. I can say without fail that some of the most dedicated people that I've ever had the pleasure of working with do work in supporting Democrats, state parties, the DNC, and especially the ASDC, for all of the work that they do, lifting up the banner for good, positive change. So I know that some of you are watching other networks as you're watching us, and I would encourage you that if you have things that you want to share, just pop them into the comments, and we'll make sure that we get those as soon as we can. In just a few minutes, we will be welcoming a man who will be joining us tonight from Atlanta, Georgia. The reason that I'm interested in Atlanta is because, frankly, it's the same reason that the candidates spent so much time and energy in the state of Georgia this month and even last month. I'm sorry, October and going back into September. It's because that's a state that's been at play, and it's particularly one where we've seen a greater response from individuals this year than we have in the past. I was listening to MSNBC this morning, and there was a gentleman on, and he said, I didn't vote before because my vote didn't count. Well, honestly, our votes always count, and he recognizes that now. And not only was he voting, but he was also encouraging his friends to vote as well. And so we're going to be talking to someone from Atlanta in just a little bit. So we are not ready to go back outside yet. I thought that my co-host was going to be with us already, and she continues to be yanked into the media, which is great for the party, most certainly. I want to talk a little bit about voter suppression. We got some calls today into the party headquarters. People that were really frustrated because they were told to stand in the line, and they stood in that line for hours, and then we're told, oh no, you're standing in the wrong line. And whether that was an honest mistake or whether it was true voter suppression, I don't know, but we will. That's one of the beautiful things that the DNC has embarked on this year, is an absolute mandate against voter suppression. And we've recorded, not just in Oklahoma, but around the country, we have recorded the issues that people have presented to us. Those have been followed up on and are being followed up on and will continue after the election. Because one thing that we can no longer tolerate, and certainly our Black sisters and brothers had to tolerate it for way, way too long, and that was voter suppression. And we're at a time in our history where we can't afford it. And honestly, so much of the rhetoric that we've heard coming out of this administration, I think, is nothing more than voter suppression, with talk of scams and fake ballots and all of the Trump ballots that wound up in a creek somewhere. Well, I don't know how they determined they were his, because they weren't supposed to be opened yet. So it's piling on the lies that do make people concerned. There were some robocalls warning people not to go vote today because it was a COVID crisis today. That wasn't, I mean, we are in certainly a crisis, but they had not canceled the election in that particular state, nor any other state. In fact, the people that we saw in our line today voting, there were a number of disabled people, a number of seniors who were out there to vote on election day. One woman I was talking to, she said, I have never voted early. I've never voted by mail. I've always voted on election day. And that's always been important because I always went with my daddy when he voted. And so that's a good tradition to have. But there has been a lot of that. One of my staff members had a brother driving from Oklahoma to Baltimore recently, and en route they were pretty much surrounded by a Trump caravan, and there were highway patrol officers in this particular state, and all of the Trump people they were giving thumbs up to, everyone else they were giving thumbs down to. And I think that's at the very best, it's unprofessional. But it's really a shame when we have elected officials behaving the way that they have this year, and also those who are employed to keep us safe and well. And we've seen some of the devastating effects there. You know, I was interested to see that the economy was one of the very most important things to Trump voters this year. The single most important thing to those people who were supporting Vice President Biden those issues were surrounded racial equality. That's saying something when by and large Democrats see that as the number one problem in our country. Both parties ranked COVID-19 as high, but the Democrats put that way higher as the number two reason that they were supporting Vice President Biden, because they wanted someone who believed science, would follow science, and would listen to doctors. If you heard yesterday, Trump said that right after the election that he would be firing Dr. Fauci, and Vice President Biden said that one of the very first things that he will do as president is to hire Dr. Fauci. So I thought that was a really good plan. It's one that I obviously support highly. And it's just, I'm talking again about the presidential campaign. And I think that's, no matter all of the work that we put into local elections and into our congressional races, our Senate races, sending people to Washington, we are all still standing in the shadow of the presidential election. And I'll tell you, we have a lot riding on this. And you all know this. I'm not telling you anything that you don't know. But depending on what happens, as Wayne Besen was saying earlier, we'll go one way or we will go another. Here's someone who's thanking, congratulating staff members, and I appreciate that very much. It's nice when we do hear positive feedback from folks, Because a lot of times when we get calls into the party headquarters, it's people who are frustrated, and they may not be frustrated with us, but they're frustrated nonetheless. I hear cheering going on. I can't see the big screen from here, but I expect that someone will come in and tell me in a moment what that cheering was about. If you happen to know before I do, please let me know so I can share that with everyone else. We are now straight up 8 o'clock, and we're going to take just a few seconds of a break. And when we come back, we'll be talking with Curtis Lipscomb, who will be joining us from Detroit. And we'll be talking again with Wayne Besen. So don't go away. We'll be back in less than 1 minute. Okay, I'm not hearing any audio. I don't know if something is still plugged in that was going out here. Is that possible? If you would ask Ryan to come back, because I am not hearing any audio. I'm hearing lots of screams from outside, and there sounds like very happy screams. But again, I'm not getting the benefit of that. I'm going to bring Wayne back. Wayne, can you hear me okay? Wayne, you're muted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I cannot hear you, and I'm trying to figure out why. So I'm going to bounce out of here for a moment, and I'm going to let you, if you would, go back and pick up where you left off, talking about some of the things that you've been seeing in the rest of the state. I'll rejoin you as soon as we get my audio back up so that I can hear.
I mean, I'm a little concerned right now because you saw the Hispanic vote in Florida. Miami-Dade County has been surprisingly anemic for Joe Biden, but that isn't completely unexpected because the Trump campaign's been working really hard down in Florida. And he's been getting some traction with his bogus socialist communist message, which again makes no sense because the one who most resembles a dictator is Donald Trump. But we're seeing kind of a repeat of that so far in Texas and in southern Texas on the border. And that's a disturbing trend that we have to keep an eye on right now, because if we see that in Texas and Florida, we could see it in Arizona as well. That is not a very welcome sight. But this election, it's a nail-biting election because I don't think we've ever seen one like this. I mean, right now nothing has been called yet that is a game changer. Nothing is actually in. It looks like Florida's not going in the right direction, but so far you have, Virginia is going to the Democrats, Vermont, New Jersey, no surprise there, Oklahoma, Wyoming, South Dakota, Nebraska, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, all going for so far for the Republicans. My state, Pennsylvania, could be a game changer, as everybody's expecting, as well as the blue line of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. These are the major states. The Democrats have got to hold that line if they're not going to take any of the southern states. Now, it's way too early to make that prediction. It's way too early, but I would feel better about that if the Latino vote was higher for the Democrats right now in southern Texas and in South Florida. I think I would feel very comfortable if that were the case. North Carolina is another big one. Remember, Joe Biden doesn't have to win as many votes, as many states rather, as Trump. He's ahead. He is on offense, so to speak, and Donald Trump has been on defense. Donald Trump only has to basically do a clean sweep of all the states he did before. If he loses Georgia, that's trouble for him, and he could lose Georgia. North Carolina is another example of how Donald Trump could, if he loses that, it could be lights out. So Georgia, North Carolina, any of these states could be the ones that may put Donald Trump in some serious jeopardy. So we're going to keep an eye on that. But I think Florida is not looking great right now. And Texas, I'm a little bit concerned about at the moment. But I think Georgia and North Carolina are certainly still the ones to watch out for right now. Because, again, if Donald Trump loses any one of those states, North Carolina or Georgia, or both, oh, my God. If he loses both, I think we could probably almost know that Joe Biden's going to be the next president of the United States.
Wayne, I'm thinking about Texas right now. Boy, that's I wouldn't have thought 4 years ago that Texas could even possibly be in play this year. And when the Trump people decided that they were going to go about this in court, where they wanted to just summarily throw out all of the ballots that had been cast in Harris County, I was actually a little surprised that that the judge ruled against them. So lots of surprises coming out of Texas right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of surprises. And what's also surprising is that Donald Trump this morning and this afternoon didn't seem very confident. He seemed depressed a little bit. I don't know, with some of his statements. And beyond that, I mean, the very aggressive strategy to try to throw out all the votes and to do so before they're even counted, I think not only is not democratic, but I think that it showed a lack of confidence in the Donald Trump campaign that they were going to be able to win legitimately. So I think that I think that that strategy in itself is kind of a losing strategy, and Trump is doing better than I thought he would do so far. But I think if he's going to lose, if Donald Trump is going to go down, it's going to be the suburbs that he has lost. That is what it's going to come down to. We've seen some movement in Ohio that's been positive for the Democrats so far, at least, and we also saw in Georgia. We've seen some of the suburban counties in Georgia that have guidance before overperforming it. So that could be it, because if Biden performs well in the suburbs of both Georgia, I think that's a good omen for, say, the suburbs of Pennsylvania and certainly in Michigan. I think that Wisconsin's a little bit different. The suburbs in Wisconsin, we're not sure what's going to happen. I want to be a genie and predict it right now. But the Wisconsin, the suburbs are way more Republican than most suburbs especially outside of Milwaukee, and that is what has driven the state further to the right in recent years. So the suburbs of Milwaukee behave a little bit differently than the suburbs of, say, Philadelphia or Pittsburgh or Detroit or some of the other, or Atlanta. So that's going to be an interesting. It's going to be interesting as well to watch that.
Suburbs that's a weird thing right now, because we when he was saying that that people in the suburbs, particularly women in the suburbs, loved him, and then was talking to suburban women as if it were 1946, telling them, "Oh, look, isn't it great because we're putting your husbands back to work." Now, if I was a woman, I would have taken great offense to that, wouldn't you, Wayne?
Yeah, I don't understand his strategy with that either. I mean, I think it has a lot to do with, he tries to act like a tough guy, like he's a coal miner, but he's a pampered, silver spoon, spoiled brat who's never worked an honest day in his life. He inherited hundreds of millions from his dad. And by the way, his dad schemed to not pay taxes for about $400 million, which he squandered. But the bigger point is, he doesn't understand the suburbs because he's never been to the suburbs. This is somebody who has been incredibly wealthy his entire life. And so all he knows about the suburbs is what he's seen on TV and Leave It to Beaver and the stereotype of the burbs that you get from television. And we know he watches a lot of television. So that's what he knows. He still thinks it is 1946 or 1947 because that's that's how he grew up. And that's what he still sees when he watches old sitcoms.
Yeah, it seems like these days all he's watching is Fox News and more Fox News. But speaking of Fox News, Fox just projected that Hickenlooper is winning Colorado. So that's a big hit right there, and I love to see those kinds of things coming in.
Yeah, that's some good news.
Wayne, does that surprise you at all?
I can't hear you.
I said, does that surprise you at all that that Hickenlooper is looking so good right now?
No, I mean Colorado has been trending hard for the Democrats in recent years. I think it's a reliable blue state at this point. I mean, it's not really even a swing state that much as it once was. And I think Florida might be going in the opposite direction if we see the Trump win there tonight. I think Florida is drifting from purple to red, and I think obviously Colorado is going in the opposite direction.
Well, we've been talking quite a bit about Florida, and Deborah Client Parker, if you are still watching, if you could go ahead and join us in the studio. I know it's earlier than what we talked about, but I would like to go ahead and have a conversation with you. Wayne, I mentioned to you before that we've got two folks in Florida that we're talking, or actually three, one individual and one couple. And it looks like Deborah has joined us in the studio here, but I'm not seeing any audio at all. Let's just check with her. Deborah, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, we're not seeing you at all.
Yeah, Norton is blocking me.
I'm sorry?
My antivirus is blocking me.
Okay.
It's blocking the webcam.
Okay. Well, that's all right. We're going to just talk to you then without seeing you. With me on screen right now is Wayne Besen.
Hi, Wayne.
Hi, how are you?
Okay.
Deborah, Wayne grew up in Miami, in the Miami area. You are joining us tonight from Jacksonville, Florida. Two different worlds, and yet it's still all Florida.
Right.
Particularly vocal this election cycle in ways that honestly I haven't seen you be before online. You are very politically involved and insightful, but the things that I've been particularly interested in is, obviously you have been a supporter of Black Lives Matter. You have really talked a lot about this election and what it means to you. Tell me why you have been so focused on getting Democrats out to vote, and why you see this as one of the most important elections of your lifetime.
Because we have a president who really does not care about seniors. He especially doesn't care anything about people of color. And he claims that he's not going to raise Medicare and Social Security, but we had an increase in Medicare last year. In Florida, there's a large community of seniors. So that's really a lot of our main concern is our Social Security and our Medicare and our health care. There are some places that, the costs are just outrageous when it comes to medical care. And there's such a difference between like these freestanding emergency clinics and hospitals. I mean, thousands of dollars difference to go to a local, freestanding ER. You go there, and if there's anything really serious, they have to transfer you to their larger hospital. Meanwhile, you've already spent over $1,000, maybe more than what the normal ER would have been.
And how many seniors have an extra $1,000 lying around in the kitchen that they can just grab on the way to the ER?
That's right. You don't.
So what is you've mentioned several things here, Deborah, and if I may I ask your age?
I'm 67.
Okay, at 67, I'm Social Security, and I'm guessing obviously Medicaid. But what are your greatest fears if we have 4 more years of what we've been dealing with?
I'm afraid for the country itself, as far as, our safety. Other countries taking advantage of us. We're not the powerhouse that we once were. We don't have the respect from other countries that we used to have. The COVID really is a big concern, especially having pre-existing conditions and all, and he thinks it's a joke. He's not really working on this. He claims the numbers are going down and the numbers are constantly going up. And it does affect the Black community. It hits us a little bit harder. I really don't know why, but it does. There's police violence, and he doesn't address it. He says nothing about these young Black men or whatever that are being killed. He doesn't say anything to the families. He just doesn't address it.
And you obviously, just by virtue of living in Florida, you have a lot of friends, I'm guessing your age. What are they feeling? What do you say when you visit with your friends?
Well, they're feeling the same way. They're just, they're sick of the division in the country. They're sick of being fearful. We live in an area that's somewhat rural, and there's a lot of Trump people here. So basically, we feel kind of for our safety. We all made sure we got home by the time the polls closed. Even downtown, they had 3 tractor trailers tonight that were blocking off intersections going to polling areas downtown.
I'm absolutely. I cannot help, Deborah, but draw the comparison with what you just said to what it must have been like to be a Black person living in the South in the 30s, 40s, 50s, early 60s. And what you are describing is fear and anxiety just because you're out in the street after dark.
Right. Tonight was one of those nights where, I was in before it got dark.
Wow. Well, I'm grateful that you shared your experience with us and your thoughts. I will just, I just know that I'm thinking about you, and I appreciate you being with us tonight. I appreciate your level of honesty, and by all that I've seen you doing in your social networking, your social media, I'm going to ask you, please don't stop, because yours is a powerful voice, and we need you out there. So, Deborah, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thanks for having me, Scott.
I look forward to talking to you soon. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
We're going to go now to straight from Florida to Detroit, another state that has been just full of up and down anxiety this year. And it is my privilege to welcome to our broadcast this evening a man who I have admired for many years. He and I have worked together, sharing ideas, sharing programmatic ideas, listening to one another's concerns, hopes that we can share between states. And it's been a wonderful relationship to have with a colleague who cares as much about equality for all people as I do. And so please, it's such a pleasure to welcome Curtis Lipscomb joining us this evening from LGBTQ Detroit. How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you, Scott? Thank you for the opportunity to join you on this important night.
Listen, I couldn't be more pleased that you are here. And the reason that I have Wayne with us right now is because Wayne lives in Philadelphia, grew up in Florida, but spent time in New York. I know that you also, you went to school in New York, right?
And lived, yes.
And lived, right. And now you're in Detroit. You've been there for a number of years. And obviously Detroit is home for you. In the same way that I told Wayne, the entire state of Pennsylvania is not like Philly. I also know that the entire state of Michigan is not necessarily Detroit. But Detroit has come such a major way in terms of rebuilding itself. I remember distinctly, it was a walk and talk interview with President Obama not long after he had been elected to his first term in Detroit. And the absolute dedication that I saw in him to be of service in helping the folks there. And what we have in Detroit now is honestly what Brooklyn was like not too long ago: a thriving arts community, innovative cuisine, just a lot going on. And so having built so much and so hard to have a place where you call home, that you love to be, and now after 4 years of what you've just endured, tell me what you forget the executive director part of your name for a moment. Talk to me about Curtis. What are you feeling, my friend, right now tonight as you sit? Are you at home or in your office?
I'm in the office. We are
Okay.
having an election night gathering.
So I pulled you out of your watch party to join mine.
Oh, well, listen, we're all in this together. And so what we recognize that the 2020 election night gathering is really for our emotional well-being. In 2012, we witnessed something that many people like me didn't expect. And so it left a devastation immediately that night. And for the last 4 years, personally, I've been feeling a devastation that I did not believe in my lifetime I would witness. I've seen things on television, I've heard things, and I've read things that I thought only existed in black and white newsreels. I thought that these things that my parents and grandparents witnessed would be not necessarily what I would witness, though I have witnessed some challenges as a Gen Xer, some things that they hadn't. And so every generation has its issues, but I never thought that my sons and daughters would experience a national American leader behave this way. And so for 4 years, we were waiting for this moment. We saw a glimmer of light in 2018, and a lot of us have been holding on to hope, and I have been. I live in Detroit. Detroit is the birthplace of the middle class. It's also the birthplace of the civil rights movement. The civil rights movement is an economic justice movement. And so as an African-American person who is the grandson of Southerners coming north for economic freedom, I rest on those who provided a safe space for me to thrive. And so Michigan, like every other Midwestern state, is highly social conservative, but there's progressive policies and values that we all share. And as a person who believes that everybody should have the right to be free, everybody should be safe, and that no one should be judged by their outward presentation, but by their character, we all believe that that's, a typical American position. I've seen the last 4 years that's been questioned. And
Curtis,
yes, you're absolutely right.
Just before you came on, was talking about how she and her friends living in Jacksonville, Florida, rushed home so that they wouldn't be out after dark tonight. And then for you to come right behind, and you didn't even hear her because you weren't in the studio yet, but for you to come right behind her and say that you've witnessed things in the last 4 years that you thought only existed on black and white film reels, that's such an enormous step backwards. And Wayne, you have, that has been a driving force in what you've been saying.
Scott, I think that's that's a very interesting thing that Curtis said about the black and white newsreels. I wrote a column this week, and I said, as a kid, I watched the old black and white war films. I'd see the funny dictator with a little mustache ranting on stage and wonder, how did Germany fall for that? Or Mussolini with his puffed out chest covered medals, and wondered, why couldn't people see through such a fool? And now we have our answer. And people are going to look back if Donald Trump either wins this election legitimately or steals it, and they're going to say, what happened to America? How did Americans fall for the chunky orange guy, this buffoon, and bring down our democracy? And it's mind-boggling. And I have also seen things that I never thought I'd see in my lifetime. The behavior of the president, the bigotry, the ugliness, and that so many Americans are cheering this. I think that's what's most shocking, is to see how many people are watching the same thing we are seeing, and they're going, yeah, I like that. And I think that's what keeps me up at night, and I think other people who thought our country had evolved a little bit more than that. We knew there were problems still, but we also thought that we were headed in the right direction. And when we see so many people who vote for him are our neighbors, and I would say friends, but now at this point they're former friends, because I really can't be friends with someone I don't respect. And anybody who looks at Donald Trump and thinks that's what's good for America, and that's a decent person, a guy who's lied, documented 22,000 times, a guy who called our soldiers losers and suckers, and they still look at this guy, a guy who saw Charlottesville and said there were good people on both sides, a guy who started this campaign by saying Mexicans, are rapists, a guy who did all of these things. Who just a couple of weeks ago was sitting there, told the Proud Boys to stand by and stand back. And if they see all that, and that's not even counting what he did with COVID, and they see all that and they go, yeah, I think this is what we want to lead our country. That is beyond depressing. I don't think that bodes well for the near future of this country. I think if Donald Trump somehow retains the White House, I think this country is going to enter a very sad period in our history, and I think it's going to be one where I think you could pretty much say that we're certainly not a superpower. There's nothing super about a country that puts somebody like that at the helm, and so there's certainly nothing super. But will we even be a power by the time 4 years are up? I personally think, and I worry about not just locally and things like healthcare and Medicare and Social Security and all these very important things, but if you look at the big picture as well, for the whole world. I mean, this is going to keep every two-bit dictator and authoritarian in the entire world, every right-wing group across the globe, the Bolsonaro of the world, the Erdogan, the Kim Jong-un, is going to give them, in their opinion, free reigning license to continue the journey. And this is terrifying. And I really predict right now, I think NATO's finished with Donald Trump. And I think he's going to give Russia whatever they want. But I don't know if they have something on him or he's just infatuated with Putin's dictatorship. But there's something weird there. We all know that. And I think he's just going to give the Baltics. I think, for example, the Baltics are in question at this point. I think in a heartbeat he would sell them out and say it's just St. Peter. It's a suburb of St. Petersburg. I think it's going to be in big trouble, much bigger than people think. But it's interesting with the films. Like, we're living in a world we did not believe we would ever see in our lifetime. We thought,
Wayne, I'm gonna stop you for a minute because I know Curtis's time is limited. So I'm gonna back to you. No, you're great. I'm gonna call you back in a little bit, and we'll pick up where you just left off. Okay.
Okay.
What's interesting to me is Wayne, Curtis, we were all three at the same conference. This must be 2010, maybe.
Wow.
And it was a time when, under President Obama's leadership, there was an excitement that we were feeling about LGBT equality at that time. And do you know what's interesting, Curtis? You and I had a chance to really converse at length then, as did Wayne and I. And we talked about equality that was really focused on LGBTQ folks. And now we can't get to that because we're back to talking some of the same racial issues that I was experiencing in junior high school. And so, let's look at the worst possible outcome. If he is reelected, how will you galvanize your community? And by I mean yours, I mean the folks in Detroit, because you have a breadth of people that you are responsible for, or certainly feel responsible for, in and out of the LGBT community, in and out of the Black community. What do you, as a community leader, as a community organizer, as someone who has the ear of leadership locally, how are you going to help people move forward?
So it's 9:30. The night isn't over, and we don't know the result. We believe because of the 10 million people who voted early, we believe that a lot of them made the decision to vote early based upon, one, the virus that's just devastating people, and two, we also believe that people have not enjoyed what they've witnessed as a national leader. And so there's already been conversation about what is next, because there's two things that could occur. We could have a new leader, or we can keep the same one. And so I've had the conversation with many people to talk about what could be the next steps. And I believe that the next steps is, one, to prepare for the current leader to be elected, and to understand, because of the court packing, both nationally and the Supreme Court, there's some things that we know that his leadership is interested in. And so we know that marriage equality is going to be attacked. We know that healthcare is going to be attacked. And we know the right for women to choose will be attacked. And so to get with people now, to have conversations about the attack that may occur, or the strategy implemented by the opposition, these are the things that we must do. The work starts November 4th. It starts tomorrow. And so even if we're chosen a new leader, we also know that his Twitter feed, our current president's Twitter feed, is a private Twitter feed. It's not public. He has the ability to reach and influence people, and to make sure that the Senate, with all of its power, remains red. It is up to us to change the Senate leadership so that when the new leader is elected, they have all the tools needed to reverse harmful policies, and two, keep progressive issues alive. And so
you said a mouthful when you said that no matter who our leader is tomorrow, the work begins tomorrow.
It starts tomorrow. And so, yes, I am prayerfully anticipating a win tonight, but that only means that the work begins, because we did not do that prior.
Yes.
When Obama won both terms, we thought that the 2012 election was a reality show.
Absolutely.
We did not take it seriously because we didn't see this before, rightfully so.
But we've taken it a very different tack this time around.
4 years later, what we witnessed was a reality. And so now we have an idea where the interest is with the right. We now have an idea what may be taken away from us, and it is our job to shore up, to get our resources together, to get our people together, to make sure we know who to identify, and to make sure that we're heard, and to make sure that we elect people who care about our issues and stand with our policies. And we have to be as tough. Here's the key: as tough as they are. We can't. It's the old Democratic Party cannot exist as it used to be. Ooh. That Democratic Party is gone. We have to confront people who want to strip the achievements that we've done for decades. You said it, Scott. We elected an African-American president. We gained marriage equality. We gained so much. We spent hours and money to make sure that we won, and we succeeded. We can't go back 65 years. We can't.
Curtis, I've taken way more of your time than what I meant to. You have been wonderful to join us. Please, let all the good folks in Detroit know that that they've got a lot of support here in Oklahoma, and I'll look forward to talking with you again real soon. Thank you.
We love you. We love you, Scott. Thank you for this opportunity. I love you, brother.
Love
We're
you.
going to keep fighting.
Sure are.
House problem? Yeah.
Hey there. I think you're muted, Alicia. I cannot hear you. There we go.
Hit F1. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. And hello from Seattle. All the Washington Democrats send greetings to all of our terrific Oklahoma Democrats. How are you doing this evening?
I am good. The energy here is we're having a COVID safe watch party here. So we're at a baseball field. So we're outside watching it on the Jumbotron, and the energy is great because we're celebrating the wins of other states, because Oklahoma is we're sadly they called us first for Trump, if that gives you any kind of indication. So we have to live vicariously through other states like you. So how's it going there?
You know, our polls will close in just about an hour and a half. But as it looks right now, here in the state of Washington, our turnout is probably going to end up somewhere around 90%. This has been an effort for us in Washington State for 4 years now, right? For all of us for the last 4 years, getting through this national nightmare. I remember being in a hotel room on November of 2016, just being devastated by those particular results. I think here in Washington State and across the country, I mean, we're all watching with bated breath, right? We want to put it behind us, but we are so excited about the opportunity. I think for us here, the work has been a lot. You know, back in 2016, Democrats, even in what people think of as the true blue state of Washington State, did not have the state Senate. We were able to win the state Senate back in a special election in 2017. We were able to increase our majority by 7 seats in 2018, increase our House majority to a 16-seat majority in 2018. And we're hoping to not just only hold those tonight, but increase them as well. And of course, we think we've got the best governor in the nation, and Governor Jay Inslee. Washington State was hit first as the state by the pandemic and the issues related to the pandemic. We shut things down really, really quickly. We are all here in a Democratic bullpen tonight because it's pouring rain in Seattle. This is pretty typical.
It's Seattle, right?
Right. So we're not outside, but you know, we've all got our masks and we're all ready to go. And we're here in our Democratic headquarters boiler room doing that work. So for all of us, we believe, though, in the people of Oklahoma and the work that the Oklahoma Democrats do. I mean, you win these races over time, you win them little by little, and we're just so excited that you are there doing that work, showing up every day, making this happen. And I just know as you pick up seats, mayoral seats and other municipal seats and county seats and stuff, that things are going to turn in Oklahoma too. I believe in you, Alicia, and what you and Scott have been doing, and you guys are amazing. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you for your kind words, and thank you for your leadership, right? And so, because what you're doing is what we are doing in Oklahoma. We just have to start each journey with the first step and just build and build and build, and knowing that it can be done by watching what Washington is doing. It inspires us. It gives us hope. It gives us something to model ourselves after. So thank you for being quite the leader.
Well, thank you so much. And it's tough in this cycle not being a battleground state, right? Resources have gone to the battleground states, and rightly so. I don't begrudge our friends in Minnesota and Wisconsin and Ohio and Michigan getting every last thing that they need. But even with that, we've been building an infrastructure over 4 years. As of tonight, we will have made 3.4 million phone calls in Washington State. And
Wow.
500,000 texts, have over 12,000 volunteer shifts to get to this point. And that's just building it up, grinding it out, making it happen in those different sort of ways. So my hope is after this cycle, we're going to have a new DNC chair. We're going to have an opportunity to invest in states. Oklahoma is a place where all Democrats across the country need to be able to invest. You guys need the resources to do this work, and it does take time. And again, I'm so proud of you for what you've done with the resources that you've had. You have to feel really, really good about this. So what that they called the state for Trump. Keep in mind, they're calling other states all around the country for Trump who have far more in the way of resources, but not as much in the way of grit or smarts or opportunity to make this work. So that's why Oklahoma is a very special place, and more than okay. Oklahoma is a place that will continue to grow in these coming years. And we're just so excited to be a part of the state party Democratic family with the Oklahoma Democrats.
Thank you so much. And you know what? We really appreciate you joining us, because I think it's hopeful to Oklahomans to see what it's like in other states, to see that you build gradually, and to see that Democrats outside of the state, just have to work as hard as we're working, and it gives us hope. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. I'm so happy to be here. Keep in mind, too, we've got this great blue population center in Seattle, but the rest of our state is pretty purple and pretty red. It's something people don't necessarily think about in Washington state. It's taken us years to get over, what they call the Cascade Curtain, the Cascade Mountain Range, into the red part of the state that looks a lot like Oklahoma, and build this work little by little. We've employed a lose by less strategy, which is, great candidates that we've been able to recruit in these different areas who, over time, they're not winning these races, but they're definitely losing by less. And they're making a dramatic difference in all of these different races as we start to build momentum, start to make sure that Democrats as well, in many places in some of these areas, you don't even want to say you're running as a Democrat, right? But now are so proudly saying that they're running as a Democrat. They are making that difference. And I believe in Oklahoma having that happen too. And I think all of us in our rural areas and different places have had a really interesting election cycle, just talking to different voters, and now working on all of these different pieces together. So I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of what you've been able to accomplish with all of that, and so excited for what's to come in Oklahoma.
Well, thank you so very much. And I know you're in a bullpen, and we need to let you get back there and do that important work. Thank you so very much for joining us, and thank you for inspiring us.
Thank you so much, and go Oklahoma Dems. We love you here in Washington State. We can't wait to see what the future comes, and let's make sure we're all crossing our fingers for Biden-Harris tonight. I do believe it's going to be a good night. Thank you so much, Alicia.
Thank you, Chair. So, Scott, that was interesting, and it was interesting for you to let me lead it. I'm going to go back out and do some interviews and turn it back over to you.
Here we go. I'm back up, and I'm delighted that the chair was able to join us, because she was actually the first person. She said, "I'm out here in Washington, but I want to join you guys." And so I'm glad that they were able to. I'm glad that she was able to join us for a few minutes. In just a moment, we're going to be talking with our other friends in Florida. But before we do that, I want to give you a quick update, and that is that Jacob Rosencrantz has won re-election in Norman with 79 votes. 79 votes, and that's why every vote matters, folks. That's what we keep saying, and it's really, really true. So, but before we go to back to Florida, we are going to go to Missouri, and we will do that in just a moment. Like I said, we're going to Missouri, and I want to mention that we have really been fortunate to develop good working relationships with so many state parties around the country. And I love the fact that we're not all working in little silos. Instead, we are working to lift each other up, to support one another. And certainly our friends in Missouri have done that. It's my privilege to welcome now to this broadcast Andrew Story. Welcome from Missouri, Andrew.
How's everyone doing?
Good, good. You must be in a crowded place and still have to wear your mask.
We are in, I just stepped out of the boiler room, actually. So
okay.
We are in the midst of everything and, yeah, just trying to take all precautions.
Listen, you guys have been busy. I mean, all across the state. And it's been exciting to watch you. It's been exciting to mirror some of the work that you've been doing. Tell me what the mood is like right now in Missouri.
The way I like to put it is optimistically hopeful. We've got great candidates running up and down the ballot, just everywhere. We're hoping to pick up some rural seats, basically, outside of the I-70 corridor between St. Louis and Kansas City. So that'll be great once we kind of have results starting to trickle in. We've got Nicole Galloway running, Alicia Kennedy. All of our statewides have just come together to form a great slate that will really kind of epitome what Missouri looks like.
How many people did you have working on your coordinated campaign this year, Andrew?
Well, so our coordinated campaign in Missouri is a little different than most coordinateds due to some laws that we passed in 2016. So we have kind of a partnership with other organizations to have kind of a sort of hybrid coordinated. Essentially, they have, I want to say, like 10 full-time staff, and then like outside of organizers, and then they have a field staff of 50, 60 organizers.
Okay, so that's an interesting concept because I don't know of other states who have done it in partnership like that. So I'd like to talk some more about that after the election because I think there's something that we could glean from that. And tonight, obviously you're going to be up very late tonight, like all of us are. But what's your plan for tomorrow, Andrew?
Probably get back to work. If everything goes well, we could have some electors that, need to be notified that they're going to be needed in Missouri, which would be just an awesome feeling.
Sure.
If Nicole Galloway wins, then, we're going to have to get moving on that. We're just looking all over the map, seeing places that we're going to be picking up. And, we're just going to continue the work.
It's interesting. Just a few moments ago, we were talking with Curtis Lipscomb in Detroit, and you truly echoed what he said. The work starts tomorrow. And I guess that's true for all of us. But I know you are going 6 ways to Sunday right now, Andrew, and I really appreciate you taking the time to join us this evening. And please wish all of our friends in Missouri the very best from all of us here in Oklahoma, okay?
It's great talking to everyone.
Thank you, Andrew. Have a good night.
All right.
Well, a little earlier this evening, we talked with Deborah Client Parker, who is in Jacksonville, Florida. She shared with us her hopes and dreams and also the things that make her very, very concerned about the possibility of another 4 years of this administration. We are back in Florida now, and we are completely at the other side of the state and at the other end of the state, where we're going to St. Petersburg. And it's my great honor to introduce nationally for the first time brand new married couple, Bert and Matt Panganaban. Guys, I'm so happy that you could join us, and you are. I'm so thrilled that you are able to be here and talking to America as newlyweds. Congratulations, first of all, on your wedding.
Thank you very much, Scott. I'm very happy to be here and talk about what we're feeling. So
let's start. We'll narrow it back down to the two of you in a moment. But in terms of people you work with, people that you live near, your friends, what's the general mood in Tampa St. Pete right now, leading up to the election and certainly tonight?
Yeah. So from my perspective, and Matt may have a different perspective, but St. Petersburg, Florida is super progressive from its personality, from its eclecticness, and from its just whole character. And so for us, we may be insulated a little bit, not a whole lot, because we're very aware of what's going on around the world. But within St. Petersburg, we have a that is very progressive thinking. We have representatives in the city that are very progressive thinking as well. And when voting time comes, they tend to reflect, the mores of, how we feel as people, period. Would you agree with that?
I would, and I would also go a step farther to say, not even just folks, our folks that are in office, but also within our law enforcement community here in St. Pete. We're very advanced with how we're handling law enforcement. Our chief here has done an amazing job working with our mayor to make sure that there is a equality for all, and rights are being heard from everybody within our community, no matter race, gender. It's open. It's an open door policy, really, is what we feel here.
Now, Matt, are you originally from that part of Florida?
I am. I was born and raised right here in St. Pete at St. Anthony's Hospital. So this has always been home to me. I'm very proud of it.
Oh, I understand that. Now, Bert, I know you were you grew up in California and then moved to Tulsa, right? Probably not far from where I'm sitting here tonight, and then made Florida. So you've seen a lot of different landscapes in terms of politics goes, and from the way that you and Matt both described it, St. Pete seems like a really good place for a same gender married couple to build a life together. That
And
being
Scott,
said, I'm sorry.
Sorry, just to I didn't mean to interrupt you, but also to go just a broader spectrum geographically speaking, St. Petersburg also, but I would go Tampa, which is our Hillsborough County, Orlando, Florida as well. We're very, very lucky within 3 hours of St. Pete, an hour to Tampa, 2-3 hours to Orlando. That entire area, geographically speaking, is very advanced and just open to the LGBTQ community, to same-sex marriages, to our transgender community, to our Black and Brown community as well. So we're very lucky where we are, where we've planted our roots.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the voting results live today, and take a shot of Florida, while other parts of the state may be a little bit red, those areas, Tampa, Orlando, St. Pete, they happen to be very blue right now. If you're looking at the heat maps of how the voting has gone so far.
Hey, you guys are talking about within 3 hours of where you live. Come on, if I lived on the beach right there in St. Pete, I wouldn't care about going anywhere. I would want to be on that beach, especially after the ice we had in Oklahoma this week.
Well, no ice here.
Well, I've turned into a weather wimp, having been from Oklahoma. I am a Tulsa boy still, so, but I'm a weather wimp today. I haven't been here for quite a while now. You asked the question earlier, what's the landscape from my, in terms of how I feel about the differences. Obviously, I grew up in Oklahoma, and I can remember as a kid, just little remarks that you might get, about, being a fag or, queer, etc., all in a negative tone. This is before we started owning those words. And then even in Texas, when I lived in Dallas, there was a little bit of that too. I just learned though, and this was news to me, that Houston is very blue in terms of the character of the city, and it votes very Democratic, much, much different than the rest of the state. So yeah, I do see all that. And then as a minority, I see that as well in states like Oklahoma. in states like Texas, etc. And when I travel around, the country to places like Tennessee, those are areas that, I have witnessed that as well. But at the same time, while I do see that, there are pockets, and we choose our community. You'll find people that gravitate toward you and you to them, and find those little nuggets where, it's not all dire, it's not all negative, and you begin to latch onto that and make positive happen out of that. You're a great example of that, Scott. Quite frankly, you're right in the middle of Oklahoma, and over the years that I've known you, you've created so much change and impact to people's lives. So you're that ray of light within an area that may not, understand. You're educating people.
That means a lot, and I appreciate those kind words, Bert. I was thinking how much life has changed for me and for you and for all of us in different ways. And it is important that we gravitate toward those chosen families, the places that we feel comfortable and at home and cared for and loved and taken care of. But that actually is one of the reasons I wanted to talk to both of you tonight. I could not be, when I learned that you were getting married, well, actually, I didn't learn you were getting married today. I had to hear about it on social media. But hey, it saved me the cost of a wedding gift. It's all right. But
there are many people that did not know at all.
Yeah,
we support everybody.
That's very true. It was, we kept it a secret.
but I want to take a serious tone for a moment. With the new addition to the Supreme Court, with all of the jamming through that process entailed, do you have concerns about what another Trump administration could potentially mean to impact in regards to impacting your rights as a same-gender couple, legally married couple?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Matt and I talked about this, which is the impetus, quite frankly, or one of the impetuses why we chose to be married a month ago. And was watching on the news the potential for a new justice that would be, signed by Trump or nominated by Trump. And that was very scary, knowing her history, knowing what she has done and said in the past, and then also knowing that they're packing the whole justice system with conservatives lately, and so that's a huge concern for us and what happened. And so when I'm thinking about that, I'm not just thinking about LGBTQ, concerns. Just a few months ago, they changed key provisions in the Voting Rights Act of 1963, which people got beat up for, died for, and worked super hard to get where we are today. And key provisions on that are now gone, because of the way the Supreme Court is settled. And then when you look less than a year ago, a little further back, less than a year ago, the Supreme Court voted to withhold funding to women's health and family centers that are needed, for people. And what I mean by that is that now medical centers or medical facilities like Planned Parenthood no longer have the key funding to help women and families with their health. And when you find that pattern of action, Supreme Court, it's not hard to a jump to say that LGBT rights are now at stake for sure. And that was something we talked about seriously, and what provoked us to speed up our marriage, because we wanted to be married and we didn't want somebody else to have a say in when
or if.
And if. Thank you.
You're talking broadly about equality, and I can imagine that a man who is a double minority does have a different perspective, and I appreciate you bringing that. You also are a father, and what are your hopes for your children moving forward after tonight?
That they're happy. Quite frankly, that they're happy and fulfilled and find love, just like any parent, straight, gay, bi, trans, so that they're just happy. And, I feel that from them already in many ways. And, that fulfills me, that fulfills them. It's also very satisfying to me personally that they've embraced Matt so much. We do a lot of laughing, have a lot of game time.
Yeah.
I'm talking too much. I'm not giving you
No, that's
enough
okay.
air.
Yeah.
So,
Gentlemen, we are right now at the top of the hour. I just take a less than a minute break, but I will ask you to stay with me, okay?
Sure thing.
For sure.
Guys, thank you for staying with me. I took that break because we are committed to doing that at the top of each hour, but I also needed to give Bert a break so we could talk to Matt for a minute. I'm kidding, of course. But Matt, what Bert was saying, it has to be an incredible joy for you to know that his children have not just accepted you, but embraced you as well.
It is. It's an amazing feeling. It's comforting. It's a safe feeling, and it's a joyful feeling to know that they're both in our corner for our love to one another, our love to them, our commitment to, build a life together and leave a legacy with them to talk about to our potential grandchildren in the future, and then so on and so on and so on. So it really makes me overwhelmed with how much they have accepted and embraced not only me, but the relationship. And just to go a little bit farther, both of his kids are wonderful allies of the LGBTQ community, but his daughter is really amazing at being a voice for the community as well. And not just through social media, but to her work friends, to other family members. So it's very nice to see on a daily basis just things that maybe you wouldn't expect, but when they do make those certain posts or they do voice a positive look on the community from a ally perspective, it's very nice to see. And it just brings a lot of times tears to our eyes.
Well, there's at least those are wonderful tears of joy, and that's why I wanted you guys to stay with me because it's real easy tonight for me to slip into the oh no, what if we have another 4 years? But what you guys have provided to us, and I appreciate that, is a sense that no matter what the outcome of the presidential election tonight, there is still a lot of love in this country, and it's not relegated to any one generation, any one demographic. Instead, it's present and alive, and we have to nurture that. And I appreciate the fact that you're nurturing each other, taking good care of each other, and I'm going to continue to expect that you will continue to do that for a very long time to come. Thank you both for joining us tonight. It's been a real pleasure talking with you. Thank you, guys.
It's our pleasure.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
And it was our pleasure to join.
Good night. Well, I did not expect that he would be able to join us in studio tonight, but I'm thrilled that he is. A man that I mentioned earlier this evening as having worked on our coordinated campaign this year, but it's far beyond his work there. Joshua Harris Till is the driving force behind so much of what is good right now with young people in America. He is the president of Young Democrats of America, and I am so grateful for all the work that he does, the respect that he has earned from people in every corner of the country and the world. He's done a number of international interviews tonight because he is recognized as that kind of a leader. And so, having said all that, it's my privilege to welcome with me here in the studio tonight in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Joshua Harris Till. Josh, thank you so much for being with us tonight.
You know, I always love being anywhere you are. You bring that light, you bring that levity. I feel a little bit better about watching the election results now that I get to hang out with you.
Oh, see, and I don't even have the power to give you a raise, so I'll take that. But all kidding aside, you have really done a great job in motivating young people this year. And I will also say that I have had the privilege of watching young people motivating you in your work. So it's clearly a back and forth support group. Tell me how you are able to maintain that. You live in Oklahoma, but you are literally responsible for people not just in the United States, but in all of our territories, as well as those Democrats living abroad.
Yeah, well, you know, first and foremost, it's all about a team, right? If it's not for the amazing administration that YDA has, if it's not for the amazing appointments that YDA has made, then we wouldn't be able to have this kind of success. So I first and foremost always want to give all of the respect due to my team because they're always doing a great job. On top of that, it's like you said, hey, I'm motivated by what I see on the ground. I see young people younger than me, people who can't even vote yet. One of my really great friends I found on Instagram, her name's Addison. She's 7 years old. She knocks more doors than most people I know. And the fact that she's that involved at such a young age just really gives me hope for the future. I think millennials are doing a great job. We're seeing that in the turnout right now.
That's saying something. When I love the word rally there, because that's exactly what it is. They have rallied around your support. They have rallied around candidates. They have been out knocking doors. They have been making phone calls, and it's that kind of energy. Man, one of our guests earlier this evening said that the old Democratic Party cannot exist anymore, and obviously that's very true. I think that there are some that would long for it to be the way it used to be. But if that were the case, then you would not have the leadership position that you have, and we would not be able to move forward. Tell me, after this cycle is over and you get to breathe, what's next for you?
That's a great question. And I've had a lot of people ask me that question, and I don't necessarily have a great answer for it. Number one, though, we continue the work. I tell everybody, if you feel like your job is done on election day, then you don't understand politics. You don't understand what's at stake. You don't understand what accountability and true representation means. On day one of a lot of these folks getting elected, we have to start calling and writing and volunteering and letting them know these are the things that we care about. This is the change that we expect to see. This is how we want you to show up. This is how we want you to remember the young people who helped you get elected. We need to see more progressive policies. We need to see serious help around educational issues, around gun violence prevention. Those things are disproportionately affecting our generation, and we can't stand by and allow another politician to be an empty suit. We're going to force them with every single means of advocacy we have to be as progressive and as proactive as possible so that we can see that change.
You know, and change is something that you work for every day. I stand back and I watch with a great deal of optimism. I don't think it's any real big secret. You were shot earlier this year, and thankfully it was not a serious injury. But then the very next day, you were right back out there doing it all again. And so I just want to say that I appreciate you as a person, but I also appreciate the ideal that you hold up in your life and for your constituents. And I say constituents, and I'm not just talking about Young Democrats of America. I'm talking about all Democrats, because it takes strong leadership at every point within the Democratic National Committee. And we are blessed to have you and your leadership. And I'm particularly grateful that here in Oklahoma, we get to see it firsthand. And I know that a lot of people reach out to you from everywhere, and it's got to be wearying. But the side of a good leader is that he doesn't let that show.
Wow. That's you know, the only thing that I can say about that is I am so passionate about the Democratic Party. And yes, I want young people involved, but I don't just want young people involved because I care about young people. I want young people involved because I care about this party. I care about Democrats. I care about the state of affairs. I care about the state of our nation. You know, it's no secret, you know, with my last name Till, Emmett Till being my distant relative, Mammy Till being a person who also fought for the soul of this nation when she made the decision to have an open casket funeral and show the world how ugly racism can be. I think that what we have to do right now is not waste this opportunity that we're granted right now. We have to make sure that we seize the moment. And that means every single one of us, no matter how today goes, whatever races you're watching, whatever races you truly care about, whichever ones you're focusing on, if they don't go your way, understand, I've run for office myself. I've won races, I've lost races, but every single time I've known that there was work to do the next day. And so I want all of you to know that as well. If I have a rallying cry, that's it. If I have a call to action, that's it. There's work to do tomorrow, folks, and we have to start as soon as we wake up.
And I just want to make this little point. The other rallying cry is sooner rather than later. I know that Josh is going to run for office again, higher office. And so the other rallying cry will be support him with your time, your energy, and your money. And believe me, it will be a good investment. My brother, I'm happy that you were joining us tonight. I know you've got a million other people waiting to talk to you, not just here in Tulsa, but being beamed by satellite around the world. So thank you for giving us some time tonight. And like you said, we'll be back at it again tomorrow, but take a little rest first. And why do we say we'll be back at it again on Thursday? How's that?
Hey, I'll take that day of rest. I love you, Scott, one of my favorite people. I don't know what I'd do without you in my life. I love all of you in Oklahoma, whether you're a Democrat or some lesser party. We appreciate you anyway. You always got a home with us.
Thank you, sir. You know, and the reason that I pointed out, I'm going to ask if you will just pass that along for me, if you would, please. This one right here. Yeah, thank you. The reason I pointed out the need for leadership at every level, I mean that sincerely, because within the state party here in Oklahoma, we have precinct officers, we have county officers, we have congressional district officers, we have statewide officers for like our affirmative action committee, for example, our veterans committee. And these are, there are so many wonderful ways to plug into to be involved in the party, to be involved in the future of the party, but more importantly, the future of Oklahoma for us and for our kids and our grandkids and for generations to come. So a little bit later, we will put up the website address, but I'll go ahead and give it to you now. If you would like to volunteer or become more involved or learn more about ways that you can jump in wherever you are in Oklahoma, and if you're not in Oklahoma, we will connect you wherever you are in the country. You can start by visiting us at okdemocrats.org/volunteer. You'll also get all of our contact information there, and we will, like I said, we will get you connected. In a few moments, we are going to be joined by some more folks coming to us from Kansas. We'll be talking with Anthony Douglas from the state NAACP. Jeffrey Campbell will be joining us shortly from Houston, Texas. He will be talking about the impact that this current administration has had in reducing the amount of money spent on HIV/AIDS prevention and treatment. We'll be talking with some friends in New York, one representing immigrant populations, both in New York and the country. That's Delcio Acosta. And we'll also be talking with Laura West, who will be talking to us from her perspective as a woman, as a professional. So we've got a lot more happening for you this evening, with you this evening, and I appreciate you being here. I don't have access to all the information that I need, but someone just told me that we have this evening at different points, we have had people from 47 states joining us in this broadcast on either of the two Facebook links or YouTube. So that's exciting. I'm happy to know that so many people are encouraged by what's happening tonight, and I'm certainly one of them. Wayne Johnson says he moved to Oklahoma City in June of 2011, partly because he believes in Oklahoma City, but also believes that he can be an agent for change. And, that's what Josh was talking about a moment ago. And I think that all of us have the power within us to be change agents. That can be change for good or change for not good. And I'm using not good because there's a whole lot besides good. But if we put our minds to it and decide that we want to be agents of change in a positive way, then honestly, there's no stopping the good that can happen. I've been very encouraged these last several weeks as clergy members from many different worshiping traditions, Muslims, Christians, Jews, people who are involving their congregations in getting out to vote. It's so exciting to me. We talk a lot in this country about the separation of church and state, and it's in our Constitution for a very real reason. But I think that sometimes we take that too far. There are people who say, the church has no place for politics. I disagree. Anywhere people are gathered should have breath to talk about politics, because frankly, it's the one thing that affects everything we do. Our chair has talked many, many times in the course of the last couple of months about the importance of supporting local candidates. Yes, we have all been focused on Vice President Biden and Senator Kamala Harris. They have the ability to be true change agents. But it's also the folks that run for city council, who run for school board, who run for the state house, for the House or the Senate. It's the people that run for our city councils and our mayors. These are all people that we run into at the supermarket, or we see at the hardware store, people who send their kids to the same schools that we send our children to. And so it's important that not only we support them, but that we get to know them so that they truly do understand our needs. Now, Oklahoma is not unique. It's true in so many places. I'm thinking particularly about New York right now and Chicago as well. Things can change dramatically in a couple of blocks. You can go from one extreme to another in a very, very short distance. Similarly, I'm not talking about just economically. I'm talking about in terms of culture, heritage, ethnicity. So it's all of those things that we look at, and we see that things do change just block to block. So even if your state representative or your state senator lives, and they obviously have to live in your district, but that might be a mile or 2 or 10 or 40 miles away, depending on where you are. And what's important is they need to understand that the potholes that exist on your block are important to you. What they have to understand is that the lack of a supermarket in your community is what's important to you. You know, Oklahoma, we don't often think of it as such, but when it comes to fresh food in Oklahoma, we have many, many food deserts here. And that's really unconscionable in this day and time. When we have young people going to bed at night without having had supper, not sure about breakfast tomorrow, these are things that we can change. These are things we have to change. The beautiful part is that we don't have to rely just on politicians to make these changes. You know, the administration got into a fight with the Department of Agriculture because the president upheld, I think it was 30 million boxes of food because he wanted to include a letter in these boxes saying it was from him. As a result, those boxes of food went to waste. The food rotted. And how many people went hungry because of that? But what I saw in the midst of that was religious groups, social organizations, cultural organizations stepping up to step in to the breach. And I'll tell you, that's decency. We were talking before about the lack of decency presented in the White House. Well, I'm here to tell you that no matter who's in office, there's some good, honest, decent people here right now in every corner of this country. I haven't been everywhere. There are lots of places that I still want to visit in the United States, and hopefully that'll come to pass at some point in the future. But what I have seen, and I've recognized it everywhere I've been, that people are basically good people. And for those of you watching tonight, if you and I have ever had an interaction, know that I have found something good in you. For those of you who don't know me from Adam and you're just tuning in from anywhere else in the country, please know that if we were to meet, I would hope that each of us could find the good in each other. That's what keeps me motivated. I think that's what keeps all of us going to work every day, putting one foot in front of the other. Despite what's happening in the newspapers and on television, the reality is our lives, we all have the ability to impact one another. And the more we think about that, the more we put that into place, the more we start to understand why it's important that we elect people that reflect our own values, our own goodness. And I'm happy to say that despite some of the biggest headline grabbers in this country, we do have people in political office at every point of leadership around this country who truly do care about Americans, who care about their hopes and their dreams, and really know how to put people first, even above their own concerns. So that gives me a lot of hope, and I'll tell you, it's that kind of thing that we need. It's that kind of hope that keeps all of us moving. In just a moment, I'm going to bring back in Alicia Andrews, chair of the Oklahoma Democratic Party, to get a feel for what's happening. I can't physically see from where I am what's happening at our live watch party here at Driller Field in Tulsa. And so I'm going to ask her to step back in and just give us a little sense of what's happening out there and what people are seeing. Somebody was seated at your seat in the studio earlier and changed your name to Joshua Harris Till. I assure our viewers that this is not Josh. We are back with Alicia Andrews, chair of the Oklahoma Democratic Party. Alicia, I keep hearing bursts of applause and enthusiastic whooping and hollering out there. What are people excited about? There truly is an excitement in the air.
There is an excitement in the air. What's going on is they are putting up preliminary results for the presidential race, and Biden is showing out. We're having pretty good results. Of course, everything is tentative, and they're reporting on a county by county basis, but it's not far and away. But it just goes back to what I've been saying every time I've been joining you, is that there is just a lot of energy here. Democrats, glad to be with other Democrats, and, any hope that we can get, because it's Oklahoma. So any hope that we can get, that they're celebrating. And early results, some of our Tulsa favorites are retaining their seats. And so we have those numbers, and we're celebrating that as well. The numbers from the county, from Oklahoma County, are coming in a lot slower. So we're not real sure kind of how we're doing in Oklahoma County. But we still have hope. We still have hope that we'll have net seats in the House.
That's I'm glad to know that there are people here still cheering, and it's only 9:30 Central Time here in Tulsa, where we are. I know that we do have people watching from around the country. In a few moments, Alicia, I know you're going to be interviewing the chair of the Kansas Democratic Party. When I've been talking about a lot tonight about the relationships that we have been able to build with other parties and individuals within those parties and leadership and also staff. And I've been really impressed this year to see the ways that we've been able to work across state lines to support each other's efforts. Now that's coming from a staff perspective. How would you rate it in terms of an elected leadership role?
So, having other chairs who are in different places in progress in their states, it's been really helpful. Like we talked to Tina Podolowski from Washington State, and they were once where we are now. And so, that's hopeful. The partnerships that we're working on with Kansas and Nebraska and Missouri has been incredibly helpful, useful, and encouraging, because they're states that until very recently didn't have any Democratic elected leaders, but they recently elected a Democratic governor, and that started their state turnaround. And those are the kinds of things that I look for as we're working to try and change Oklahoma.
Well, and speaking of which, I see that Chair Hyatt has just entered in, so I'm going to step out and let you all visit for a few moments, and then I will be back after your chat.
As I mentioned, other state chairs are inspiring to me, and Kansas in particular, because they were once where we are not having any statewide elected officials. And that just makes it hard to build the party. Yet Vicki Hyatt, the chair of Kansas, was able to do that, and she continues to grow her party. And so I want to invite Vicki to join me. Welcome, Vicki.
Hi there. How's it going?
I can't hear you. Let's see. There we go. It was on my end.
Okay, you got me now?
I can hear you great. How are you doing in Kansas?
It's going to be one of those up and down nights, I think, and we see we're looking really good. We even had Biden up for a while, so we were pretty excited about that. But then more votes come in, so I think it'll be an interesting evening all around. But we've got some great races. We're working hard on this U.S. Senate race that we have with Barbara Bollier has been very good, and she's still neck and neck. So we're still hopeful for that one. In our congressional districts races, some of them look like they're kind of going to fall by the wayside, but Sharice David's seat in Congressional 3 looks like it's going to be pretty solid, so we're happy about that. And hopefully we'll see as the night goes on if Congressional District 2 for Michelle De La Isla comes through a little bit, but it's exciting around here, and I know I'm sure it is where you are too. We're here in our office and just kind of keeping track of all the things going on around the state, and of course what's going on around the nation is pretty remarkable. So,
right. So in Oklahoma, we're having a watch party. We've reserved a section of the baseball field, and we're watching it on the big screen, and it's an outdoor event. I'm inside so that we could control the sound, but most of our guests and fellow Democrats are outside kind of enjoying the weather, and thankfully we have great weather, and I hope that's a sign for the results.
Yeah.
Good results.
November 3rd, you couldn't have asked for better weather. This is great. So what a nice idea. I'm glad that you I bet they're all having a great time there.
Yeah, it's turned into a party, and we're celebrating what's happening in other states. So it's kind of fun. So at the end of the day, so are you guys just war rooming it then?
Yeah, pretty much. We're here at the KDP office, and staff is we're working it through Zoom, and I think we've got a Facebook Live page going out. So we're kind of keeping everybody updated with what's coming in, and we've had a lot of our great candidates come on and talk. So that's been kind of fun, and share that with all of the Democrats around the state. So
yeah, so I'm kind of excited. This was our executive director's baby, and he's had so many chairs from different states who are doing great things, including you, Vicki, join us. He coordinated that. And I think this is great for Oklahoma to see, just the organization and the people we've been able to work with and get advice from. And, and I'm just grateful that you're just there one state away, Vicki.
Well, thank you. Well, we want to see, actually not too long ago, Oklahoma was really beating us. And so I think we had to put our foot to the pedal there and try to catch up. So, but things change, it's politics, and it's always kind of and red states offer a few more challenges than some of the blue states, certainly. So,
right. And so I'm glad to have you as a partner to be working through this.
Yeah, definitely. I think we've got some great heartland states that we're all working hard together. And, every candidate that we can get out there who's running a strong campaign, we're getting more of the Kansas of the Democratic message out. And so I am pleased for all of the candidates we've had run. Some of them, I know this isn't a very celebrating type night for them, but whatever they've done, they've let Kansans know that we have Democrats out there working, and Democrats are wanting to represent them. So, we're pretty good.
Yeah, and that's exactly how we look at it. I know I am personally grateful for all of the candidates who put their name on the line, who took time away from their family and knocked doors and put their heart and souls in it. And maybe tonight may not be the night for them, but it is my hope, and I'm sure it is yours, that they don't disappear. And yes, that they've made enough of a name, they've made enough of attention, that they've gotten Democrats riled, they've given given Democrats confidence that Democrats are actually here And because the first step is to get Democrats to feel like there are other Democrats around. So they
exactly. A few years ago when I ran for office in my, it was a state house district, and I was just always in awe of knocking on doors and introducing myself, and people would just look at me like, had no idea there were Democrats out in this area. So
exactly.
It's just that sometimes it's a slow building process, but we're always building. And I know we're making some good gains, I think, in Kansas Democratic Party, getting more counties organized, and it's always an ongoing effort, but we're going to give it our all, and hopefully we'll have some good wins tonight.
Absolutely. And nights like tonight and events like this, these are the things that we build our party on, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Keeping everybody involved. That's what we need to do.
Absolutely, because the building happens in the off years, and we're getting ready to go into an off year, and we need the momentum of the candidates that we had in this cycle, right?
Absolutely. And one of the things we've started focusing on, because our odd years now in Kansas are pretty much all the local elections, the county and city councils and board of educations, and we really target those. So we have no off years. We're going to be running candidates all the time, and see if we can pick up some more, because that's really what we're doing. We're trying to build our bench so that those city council people who've run campaigns can move on up to running state house campaigns and then state senate. And as we this year have our Barbara Bollier, who went through the ranks. She was a state house representative and a state senator, and now running for U.S. Senate. So, and she has run an incredible campaign. So we're still very hopeful to have that Senate seat, and that'll surprise everybody in the nation.
But it'll still be great to have someone that close.
Yes, absolutely. We can share. We'll share.
There we go. Thank you. But yeah, so I love that strategy, and that's a strategy that we've been talking about in Oklahoma, is that we have to grow our candidates up from the municipal level. We have to start recruiting a lot heavier in the municipal races, and then recruiting from the municipal races, right?
Absolutely. Yes. That's growing the bench is what they get them on the bench and bring them on the field then. So, okay.
Well, it's been great chatting with you.
Well, thanks for inviting me. It's great to drop in, and you guys are doing wonderful things. And Alicia, you have been really a strong leader. I've been able to watch what you're developing down there. So I think that you're doing great things. I wish I had the nerve to do all the videos that you do and get on Facebook and everything. I'm not quite there yet, but you've been.
You can get there. It's easy, Vicki. Join me.
To see about that. So hopefully we'll have a lot of good things to talk about. So maybe there'll be more reason to get on and talk to all our Democrats. So.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Vicki. I appreciate you joining us, and I'm gonna let you get back to your war room. But thank you so much.
Well, thanks so much, and good luck. And I hope everything turns out, and we'll get blue in Oklahoma and bluer in Kansas.
There you go. Have a good night.
You too.
Thanks. Bye. So Scott's back, and Scott's so much better at this, even though Vicki is so kind. Scott's so much better at this, and so I'm going to welcome Scott back. We're getting ready, as I do that, well, locally here, we're getting ready for candidate acceptance speeches, and so I need to go and kind of get that stuff set up. But I'm so excited that we have candidates who can make the acceptance speeches, keeping the energy going and giving hope to folks all over the state.
Alicia, thank you. And my gosh, what I said before, I really meant it. We are so grateful for our neighbors, our neighboring parties, and the work that they have done to just keep propelling us forward. And we'd like to think that we have a small part in that as well. In just a moment, we are going to Houston, Texas, where we'll be talking with Jeffrey Campbell, and he will be with us right after this. Our next guest this evening is someone who I really deeply admire for his dedication to equality in general, particularly his emphasis in equality for LGBTQ persons, Black Americans, and also to people who are living with HIV and AIDS. It's my privilege to welcome to our program this evening, Jeffrey Campbell. Jeffrey, welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you, Scott. It's so good to be with you this evening on this big election night. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to breathe. I'm just so anxious right now.
I saw you just before you came on. You looked like a nice warm cup of something to drink. I won't presume.
It's cold.
Oh, is it cold?
Ginger ale and cranberry juice.
Well, it's going to be a bit hard to hear, and I'm hoping that the folks at home can hear me okay. Wayne, can you hear me okay? Wayne Besen? Okay, great. I'm going to bring Wayne in a few moments. Jeffrey, tell me about the organization that you serve.
So I have spent the last year, a little over a year, serving as the Chief Program Officer at AIDS Foundation. It is the largest ASO or HSO now in the state. So not the largest, but the longest standing. We've been around for 38 years. I'm the Chief Program Officer. And I have a wonderful opportunity of leading a great team of directors providing housing services, those who are vulnerable for the acquisition of HIV. Which making PrEP a part of their daily life. So I'm really excited about our work. I'm glad to be a part of the team at AFH, and I'm just looking forward to more good work.
Well, I like I said in your introduction, I have admired you for a long time. You, when you and I met, you were with.
I was with Hudson Pride Connections.
I'm sorry?
I was with Hudson Pride Connections Center in Jersey City.
It's always amazing to me how the circle winds up completing itself in new and exciting ways. We get to work together in ways that we never thought we might.
You're absolutely right.
So it's exciting. Houston has been a really interesting place this entire election cycle. Texas has, but tell me about Houston. I honestly had no idea that Houston was going to move that blue.
Yeah, so Houston, Harris County, trends blue over the last decade. What we've seen in this election is we oversee all of the election and polling sites. And so Chris Hollis is his name. 34 years old, interim county clerk, and he's come in and he's for Harris County citizens go and vote. We even had voting sites that were polling sites that were open for 24 hours here in the last week or two. Harris County is such a diverse county, and Houston is such a diverse city. We do have extreme blue a little more. I would say 10 to 15 years. And so, we have the Republicans scared, and the several lawsuits trying to discredit about 120,000 that were driving people who didn't want to risk being in a crowd to vote on the pre-existing government. So, support Judge ruled in favor of Harris County but Republican went out over that, and I'm so very grateful grateful for that, because what I see Chris Collins do as a young man in his work is really create more
COVID-19.
So it's an exciting time.
One of the, don't know why it had never occurred to me, but when you just mentioned that you've had polling places that were open 24 hours, imagine how helpful that would be to someone who works nights or the swing shift. And that's good thinking. There's a lot of talk right now about the need for serious discussion and change in Oklahoma election laws to bring them into a place where we recognize the needs of all people. So that's encouraging. I'm glad that you shared that. I want to talk about HIV and AIDS for a moment.
Sure.
Especially this year with COVID grabbing every single headline. You and I both know that we continue to see new infections daily around the world, but right now in this country, and you mentioned PrEP. I'm delighted that there's so much emphasis on PrEP right now, and that's pre-exposure prophylaxis.
Yes, pre-exposure prophylaxis.
Basically,
no funding to give our teachers the professional pay.
Hold on one second.
And to
because I'm getting all them back.
our economy and our businesses.
Tried that.
We need all of that to be.
I'm sorry, Jeffrey.
No, that's okay. You got to be.
We are, as our chair mentioned a moment ago, we are now in time where people are making their acceptance speeches, and that's a very, very, very good thing. But with regard to funding for HIV and AIDS education, resources, treatment, I know that this administration has pulled a tremendous amount of money out of funding, particularly internationally. And if anything that we learned in spades through the AIDS pandemic is that we have to think globally in terms of prevention and treatment.
Sure.
Hopefully, the lessons that we will be able to apply eventually to COVID. But there was a lot of money pulled out. Do you see the potential for money to be refunded into those programs, both here at home and abroad?
Well, I'm gonna tell you, in this last year, maybe almost 2 years, the current administration has instituted where we hope to reduce in 5 years the youth diagnosed by 75%, 30 by 90%. So there are pillars to identify diagnose, and respond. Those are the 4 pillars of our current plan to end the HIV epidemic. Those are pillars for us to work under. And we've seen more money come out through CDC and through HRSA for also prevention, rapid treatment. In the last year and a half. And so we've, the organization I work for, AIDS Foundation, we've benefited from a 3-year demonstration project at Rapid Start. It gets newly diagnosed folks on treatment within hours to 7 days. So getting people on treatment sooner than later and getting them to viral suppression sooner.
Well, Jeffrey, I know that you have got to get back to your own viewing tonight. I want to be talking with you some more because I'm grateful for the work that you're doing. I'm grateful for the fact that you joined us tonight. Man, just keep doing what you're doing, regardless of who we wake up a week from now and learn that the president is. Your work continues because it's critical work. You're saving lives. You're changing lives. And I admire you so much, my friend. Thank you for being with us. And let's keep a positive thought and a big prayer going tonight.
You're welcome. When I wake up in the morning, I'm going to be doing the same work I was doing today.
There you go. Jeff,
all right.
Again, have a great night.
All right. You too, Scott. Thanks for having me.
I'm going to bring back in Wayne Besen now. Wayne, if you don't mind, and I may be putting you on the spot, and if I am, then just let me know, and we'll make a course correction here. But I would like for you to talk some more about the piece that you published this week on tyranny. And the reason I'm doing that now as opposed to later is because of the acceptance speeches going on here. It makes it really hard for me to hear you. So if that's okay with you, give me a sign and we'll go from there. You're muted.
Our volunteer coordinator who didn't miss a trick, who's been running all over Tulsa tonight, checking erroneous postal tabs until we
There
find.
we go.
There you go.
There we go. I mean, what I talked about in the piece I wrote, it was called "Fascism Has Arrived at the Doorstep and Millions of Americans Are Welcoming It." And I think what I was really trying to impart was that win or lose, we have at least 1/3 to close to half of this country, depending, we'll look at the returns tonight, who listened to everything Donald Trump had to say. They hopped on the Trump's crazy train when the one-way ticket never looked back. And this is someone who has said has not said he would concede an election. He is somebody who has called for violence, attacked his enemies, called for imprisoning them. We saw the corruption with William Barr. And what did people in this country do when they heard this, when they saw his actions? Well, too many of them are still backing him. And this is the election that could break America, as Barton Gellman wrote in a chilling piece in the Atlantic magazine. And I don't think a lot of people quite understand this. They think Donald Trump is joking. No, Donald Trump doesn't make jokes. He's a tyrant. And when he says something, people ought to believe it. And I think it's going to take a lot of healing in this country, even if Biden pulls this out. And I think there's a chance, a good chance he'll pull this out because you still have Wisconsin, you have Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. We're still waiting Arizona. He could win Arizona as well. But what does it mean for Democrats? We look at our neighbors with their MAGA hats and these super spreader rallies, who are yelling "lock her up" and all the racism and homophobia. We now know who our neighbors are, and we thought we were long past this era in America, that we had moved forward, that we had made such progress, and apparently we did not make as much progress as we had imagined. I think this proves once again that there is no finish line when it comes to the civil rights movement, when it comes to voting rights, when it comes to propelling this country in a direction of modernity. We have people who really want to beat back the Enlightenment. And we can no longer say that we're number one when we are failing in so many different areas. We have the potential to be, we should be, we've got every advantage working for us in the United States of America. But we're falling behind a little bit. And the reason, we no longer have the luxury of thinking things will work out in America simply because this is America. Blind optimism is the enemy in this election, and it's a fatal mistake to continue brushing off Trump as some clown who toilet tweets and is simply throwing red meat at his base. He means what he says and says what he means, and I think that another 4 years with this guy, and I think the United States is going to be in a great deal of trouble in so many different ways. I think that internationally, we are going to, I think internationally, it's fair to say that we have lost so much respect around the world. I don't even know where to begin with that. In every region of the world, and that includes, I mean, we look from Asia to Russia to the Middle East, and people look at the United States, and especially in Europe, and like in Latin America, they're like, really, this is the United States? This is not the United States I grew up with, and they're looking at our country and saying, this is not the United States that we could depend on to defend democracy and fight against tyranny. And we've been imperfect at it, but people still always thought our hearts were in the right direction, that we didn't stand with the dictator. We didn't allow Jamal Khashoggi to get murdered in cold blood and then do nothing for Mohammed bin Salman. I mean, the things that we've seen are outrageous. And the United States, we're at a crossroads right now, and we can save this country by electing Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, or we can go in the opposite direction.
And I want to talk to you about that in a few minutes. Actually, we'll do it after the top of the hour because you make some incredibly poignant points, and yet they're not seeming to resonate with as many people as I thought they might. So, Wayne, stay close, and I'll see you after the top of the hour. Well, some of the cheering that you've been hearing for the last few minutes behind me, coming from another part of the party, is people who are celebrating their wins. One of the greatest cheers that I heard this evening was in support of our next guest, and I'm so happy to welcome Representative Denise Brewer, and not just welcome her, but congratulate her for another win. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's been a long year. As you know, it's been a tough campaign year with COVID and all the issues that we've been facing. But it was just 2 years ago that I flipped District 71 from red to blue. And I'm so proud and so thankful to the constituents of District 71 for re-electing me. And we are making District 71 a Democratic stronghold. And we have crossed all party lines. And, you know, I have the support of all the parties. And to me, that means that they approve of the work I've been doing, and I can guarantee you we'll be working even harder over the package.
Denise, a few moments ago, I was talking to our audience about the need to get to know your elected officials and work with them. Well, that has clearly worked both ways for you, because not only have your constituents gotten to know you on a very real level, you have made it your business to get to know them, to understand their wants, their needs, their desires. And tonight it paid off for you, didn't it?
It really did. And I think the difference is I believe in the people of our state. I can relate to the working families, the struggling families. I can relate to those that are fighting to get their I think I'm muted.
Nope, you're fine.
Okay. That are fighting to get their OESC and money given to them. We've helped hundreds of our constituents deal with the problems at OESC. And one of the main problems is the whole computer system was based on a 1978 mainframe. And you get hit with a pandemic, a worldwide disaster like this, and we were completely unprepared to deal with it. I reached out to all of my constituents, and whether they were in my district or not, we helped them get the money that they were approved for and that they deserved. And we helped keep a lot of people in their homes and able to pay bills. I've had good times. I have had hard times. I'm a single mom with 3 kids. So, you know, I understand, and it's important that we have empathy, and that is what is lacking in the executive leadership of the state, is empathy and treating our fellow citizens as human beings. And this COVID pandemic has proven that our executive leadership is just failing. And they have had no qualms about lying to us, misrepresenting statistics, hiding documents that were put down from the CDC. And they're trying to paint a rosy picture. It's all getting better. COVID, it's just like the flu. Now, come on, we all know that's wrong. And it's, it's ridiculous that we don't have better leadership that empathizes with his fellow citizens and truly cares about them.
It is a shame, but the thing that gives me hope is we have leadership and people like you who understand what it means to be an Oklahoman, what it means to be an American. And the words that you have just spoken sound an awful lot like somebody that I wouldn't mind seeing in the governor's mansion one day. Congratulations, Representative Brewer. Thank you for being with us. And we'll look forward to some great things coming our way from you. But first, take a nap. You deserve it.
I'm ready tonight. Going to sleep. No alarm clock.
There you go. Thank you so much. Well, we are now at the top of the hour, and we will be back with two more people who have just given their acceptance speeches, and back with Wayne Besen right after this brief break.
That we can take away from
Welcome back to our special election night coverage. It occurs to me that I've been talking for the last 3 hours and have not done a really good job in saying that this is a production of the Oklahoma Democratic Party. Thank you to all of those who have worked so hard to make it possible, especially our guests. Wow, we are so grateful for everyone who is committed to being with us tonight. In a few moments, we are going to go back to Wayne Besen. Actually, we're going to do that now, and then we'll speak with Representative Melissa Provenzano in just a little bit. We're working on some technical issues there. One of the things, Wayne, that you were saying are messages that you would think would be resonating so loudly, the concerns that you have, that so many of us share about the way that America looks on the world stage today. And could it be that that's just no longer important to most? That's why things are so tight tonight?
Well, I think these things aren't important until they are. And you find yourself in a foreign, a crisis, in a war, that changes everything. And I think when you make foolish moves, bad things are going to happen. And I think a lot of the Trump supporters have lost touch with that. I think that they can just get away with anything. And if we make foolish moves, for example, but I mean, I think that we saw with COVID-19 that when you don't follow the science and when you don't follow reality and you go off onto the strange world of Trump land, a lot of people died. We have over 231,000 Americans who are dead. And I think that's if Biden does not win tonight and Donald Trump is back in office, I think we need to mourn. I think we're going to see the Corona-19 virus will be the biggest winner, even if Trump remains in the White House. Corona-19 should be the one giving the victory speech, because the president of the United States has never had a plan to stop the coronavirus. The president of the United States has never care and shown any empathy whatsoever towards these victims. And he's going to go, and we're going to all pretend that the virus, it's around the corner, and he's going to encourage people to go out and go drinking without their masks. And we're going to have a quite large body count. And oh, by the way, the economy is going to sink if that happens, because we cannot get the economy back on track unless we get COVID-19 handled and contained. And that will not happen under any circumstances under Donald Trump. We need Joe Biden to win to contain the coronavirus. We need Joe Biden to win because that will also save the economy. We need Joe Biden to win to get this country back on track. And we are literally standing on the precipice. We can change the direction of this country, and we can forge ahead and become the country we know and love, the country of progress and greatness, or we can continue going down the Trump path and living in another world and a reality, and instead of reality, a reality TV program. And what we saw with COVID-19 is going to manifest itself in so many different ways that are going to bring this country to its knees. I guarantee that as sure as the sun rises and sets, if Donald Trump remains in office, God help this country, we are going to suffer like no one's ever seen before. And Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are perfect people to instill faith in this country again, both at home and abroad, and turn this around and get us back on track. And I'm just really on pins and needles like everybody else is right now, because the outcome of our future is in the balance. This is not a normal night. This is not, because we do not have a normal person in the Oval Office right now. And his mental illness, as far as I'm concerned, the severity of it that he's shown, and many psychiatrists have also pointed out, is going to manifest itself in so many ways. And oh, by the way, imagine how bad as Donald Trump is. Could you imagine how bad this guy's going to be with no guardrails? All the experts and professionals in all the different departments of government are going to be gone. He's going to put a bunch of lackeys and loyalists in their place. The entire American professional decades and centuries, really, of what we've learned and what we've used to further this country is going to be missing, and we're going to have a bunch of yes men and yes women in place of that. And we've seen that again with the coronavirus and the attack on expertise of people like Tony Fauci this week. And if we were going to see that hollowed out to the point where nobody's going to be working, we've held on for 4 years valiantly. A lot of people bit their tongue and forged ahead and did what they could in Washington. But I can tell you, 4 more years of this, it's going to be hollowed out. We already seen it, for example, the State Department, the Justice Department, and William Barr. It's going to be across the board. We've seen it at the Centers for Disease Control. It's going to be a disaster of epic proportions. We have to hope that Biden's going to win. I'm hopeful with Arizona right now. I'm looking at the returns in Arizona so far. That would be an excellent win. And we still have, the 3 big northern states in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So there is hope, but this has to happen. We must get these states.
I'm going to give you a little break because you need to be hollering out your window to all of your fellow Pennsylvanians right now. It's pencils down, folks. Listen, yeah. I'm going to come back and talk to you in just a little bit, but you gave us a great segue. You talked about hope from Biden and Kamala Harris, and now I'm going to be talking with a representative who just gave her acceptance speech here in Oklahoma, in Tulsa, where we are, because she is a standard bearer of hope. And I think that that's why she won tonight. It's my privilege to welcome and to congratulate Representative Melissa Provenzano. Welcome to our program and congratulations to you.
Thank you, Scott. I'm happy to be here. It's been a good night.
I appreciate that you're wearing your mask. I'm going to ask you to speak up just a little bit, I want to make sure everyone can hear you.
I can do that.
Man, this is the longest I think I've ever seen you sit still. At least this whole campaign season, you have been moving. I can't tell you how many times I've seen you being interviewed from your car while you're, heading from one place to another, dealing with your own responsibilities for your own family, all the while keeping the people of Oklahoma front and center in your thinking.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It just, you really can't quit moving as a Democrat here in Oklahoma. You have to, how we win these races is by sweat equity. And I had, thousands of doors knocked and amazing volunteers that stuffed, stamped, phone called, texted, emailed, you name it. And that's how we get it done.
Well, and you did something I thought was really neat. You invited and paid for all of your volunteers to come to this celebration tonight, this watch party. I think that you really need to do a detailed analysis of what all you did right in working with your volunteers, because other people can learn so much from what you did. You trusted them, first of all, and that's a big thing. It's real easy for any leader to want to take on more and more and more for fear that someone else may not do it quite the right way.
Right.
But you really did trust your volunteers, and I know that they're appreciative, and I know that you are too. That was a unique relationship that you built together, and it was one that I enjoyed watching grow. And tonight, it truly came to fruition for you.
Yeah, it did. Our volunteers, so many of them are educators. I come from the educator background, and they and as a principal, I could always say, this is kind of what we have in mind, and go. and you can do the same with dedicated volunteers. People who want to help just need a framework, and I think that's where we were very focused on being organized and resolving problems quickly. A rock star volunteer coordinator, a rock star campaign team, and a rock star family who showed me so much grace.
Well, that's wonderful. I know you've got friends waiting outside to virtually hug you.
Yes.
But again, congratulations. You have you earned what you got tonight, and I appreciate you spending some time with us, and looking forward to great things to come, not just for you, but for the people of your House district and the people of Oklahoma. Thank you, Melissa, for joining us.
You have a good one.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Well, I commend those of you who are hanging in here with us tonight. It has been just a joy for me to have to speak with so many great people, both in person here and around the country. And what happens in a situation like this? Literally, we had every single moment planned out for all 4 hours. But things happen. People get pulled into another media interview, or there are slow returns coming in, and so the responsibilities shift. So for all of those people who have joined us and still will this evening, I want to just say thank you so much. I'm going to speak to, okay, I'm going to ask you if Sarah will help us on this. Thank you. I appreciate your indulgence, folks. But what I was saying is, you script out everything, and it can't go just the way that we'd like it to at every single turn. I saw something this week. Dan Rather tweeted, and I'm a big admirer of Dan's. I had the opportunity to hear him speak at an Oklahoma Observer event a couple of years ago. And what a gentleman and a true gentleman, and just outstanding as a true journalist. And he tweeted this week, at his age, he said, this may be my last election night. I hope not, but if it is, then it's been a lot of fun. I will tell you, just having spent these last 3+ hours with you this evening, I can not begin to imagine what it must be like for someone like him who has to constantly answer big questions and ask the big questions as well. So not just to Dan, but to all of the good journalists, the thought leaders in journalism today. The media has been unfairly smacked around for the last 4 years, and I can absolutely assure you that the media is not the enemy of the people. The press is still one of the great things about this country. Fake media, well, there is such a thing as fake media, but it's not the people who have been called that. And so my respect, my admiration, and my deep regard for the women and men who are more than just talking heads, but truly investigative journalists, people who use their legal backgrounds, people who use all of their experience to present to us something that is valid, something that is meaningful to us, and something that drives our very lives. So particularly, I want to thank all the people at MSNBC, NBC, CBS, ABC, and CNN for your continued efforts in bringing us truth. Speaking of truth, I'm very happy to introduce to you now someone who is has every right to be proud. She ran an incredible campaign, and tonight it paid off. It's really gratifying to welcome no longer candidate, but now Senator-elect Joanna Dawson. Hi and welcome.
Hi, Scott. It's so nice to see you. Thank you for having me.
Look at you. You're still full of energy and your eyes are clear, and you've got to be worn out. You have really, really, really worked for this.
Yes, we've been on the campaign trail for about 18 months now. Been through the ups and downs of campaigning during COVID-19. But really just always finding sources of energy when we thought maybe we were out. This evening, I think I'm kind of running on fumes a little bit, but the best of fumes because we have just pulled off a win with the help of first and foremost, the voters of State Senate District 35, with the help of so many volunteers, over 100 volunteers, over 500 donors, and just so many really good, decent, hard
I'm sorry, I was trying to coordinate with another guest in another state.
Okay.
But you said something that I think is really important. You said hopes and dreams and connecting with the hopes and dreams of Oklahomans. You have done that. You have done that already through this campaign. And now the exciting part is going to be watching your leadership take hold and the positive impact, the positive changes that you will be able to make once you get to the Capitol. We know that there's a dearth of leadership in the legislative branch. And so we are going to be looking to you and your Democratic colleagues to do everything possible to continue to grow Oklahoma in a positive way. So thank you so much for being with us. Congratulations again. And please go home and take a nap. You deserve it.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Scott, and thank you everyone watching. Have a wonderful and safe evening.
Thank you. My pleasure. I'm going to ask you would you rewrite this for me, please? I'm sorry, I can't make that out. It looks, I've got some breaking news here, and I want to make sure I get it right before I give it to you. And again, I want to thank all of the people who, honestly, the two staff members I have here tonight, you couldn't pay them for what they're worth tonight because I really relied on them, not just here tonight, but every day for the value that they bring in their attitudes toward customer service for all Democrats, whether those are candidates or voters or people who are just concerned Democrats. People are still in line to vote. Wow. Okay. That's unbelievable to me. The polls closed 3 hours and 19 minutes ago in Oklahoma, and I just got handed a note that people are still in line to vote. As we've been telling you, if you are in line to vote at 7 o'clock, they have to let you vote. So these folks have been in line for at least 7 hours and 20 minutes. Who knows how long before that? And so, wow, my hat is off to them. I so respect the folks who are still out there waiting to vote. I'm grateful that it is that the weather tonight is a good night. I'm also grateful to be welcoming our next guest into the program this evening. She is the chair of Oklahoma Congressional District 3, and I'm very happy to welcome Amber Jensen. Amber, good evening. How are you tonight?
Good evening, my friend. I'm doing well. Thank you. How are you?
I'm well. I know that you've had some some issues health-wise, but I saw you posting early this morning, and boy, you were fired up and ready to go. You weren't going to let anything hold you down today, and I respect that so much. So tell me, what's going on in the largest congressional district in the state?
Well, we did have some wins and some losses. Representative Ranson has retained her seat over in Payne County. So that was really wonderful. Zoe Mediette was running for U.S. House of Representatives, and she lost her race. Abby Broyles was running for U.S. Senate, and she also lost her race. So, I mean, we've got quite a few moving parts in CD3 because we are the largest district, geographically. So, but those are the biggest races that we have going on right now.
Tell me, I mentioned before the importance of precinct officers and county officers, because all of that leadership pushes its way into the congressional districts. And from what I've seen, you have been very well supported in your leadership by a number of your county leaders as well.
Oh, absolutely. My vice chair in CD3, he's all the way across the district from me, but we talk every week, a couple times a week, and like he's been without power and still working. It's amazing. My team is amazing. The county chairs, they're just I can't even say enough good about them. They're awesome.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying, and I agree with you. They absolutely are. But I also think that you got to take credit where credit is due. I have seen in you some remarkable leadership, some remarkable team building this year, and I need to say that publicly, Amber. You know that I respect you, and I share that with you privately. But I need to say publicly how much I value your leadership and the way that you are coalescing people to move in a common direction, and that takes commitment, it takes skill, and it takes dedication. So I need to say that publicly. Thank you for what you do.
Well, many thanks. When I became a Democrat, I never looked back. When the terrorist attack in Paris happened, when the Pulse nightclub in Orlando happened, when Trump became president, those are all things that propelled me forward. And I use those as fuel for the fire. And that fire never runs out of fuel. There's always something going on. There's always something we can improve on. So I just, I just keep pushing forward, doing the best I can.
Well, and you do a great job. Listen, it's getting late. You've stayed up with us late tonight to be on, and I really appreciate that. I appreciate you, your dedication, And I'm just going to let you know I'm going to continue to step back and just watch you grow in your leadership as we make every effort to, sooner rather than later, turn every congressional seat in this state a bright blue. So, Amber, thank you for joining us, and I'll look forward to seeing you and working with you again soon.
Thanks for having me.
Our next guest this evening, I know has been a long day. She is in Maryland, and she is my colleague. She is the executive director of the Maryland Democratic Party. And I'm really happy to welcome Eva Lewis. Eva, how are you tonight?
Hey, I'm doing all right. From Maryland, we're fine. We got called, I think, like maybe 8:01 p.m. Right? But like everyone else, we are just waited with bated breath for those battleground states. I know Florida looks tough, and I've kind of let Florida does its own thing. But in terms of North Carolina, Arizona, and Wisconsin, those are still states. Pennsylvania, we're still holding on to.
Yep. And you said it. You all got called like that, and so did Oklahoma. No surprises here.
No.
In terms of who the majority of the voters were going to go for.
Mm-hmm.
But tell me, Maryland is a unique state the way that I see you guys, because you have the second richest county in the country. Is that correct?
I hear that here and there. Yes.
I think it bounces back and forth between first and second. So either way, probably a place I will never live.
Neither will I.
But you also have farms, and you have
we have mountains.
you have tourism is a big part of your economy. So you have people working in all of these areas, and it can be hard to define Maryland as one thing, and yet tell me a little bit about the Democratic.
Yeah, so like Maryland is like, when they talk about having new early primary states, Maryland is the one state that does come up, because we do have 100 plus different ethnicities throughout the state. We have urban, suburban, rural, and in fact, the majority of our state is rural. So we have Western Maryland, Southern Maryland, and Eastern Shore. But in terms of where we get a lot of our Democrats, where the Democrats come from, it's from that Beltway 495 corridor around Washington, D.C. So you have Prince George's County, which I'm in, which is also thrown in there as like one of the richest counties of African Americans. You have Montgomery County, you have Baltimore City and Baltimore County and Anne Arundel. So you have all of these big areas that have a lot of have a lot of Democrats. So we're interested in that. You get a dichotomy of, like, particularly when we're dealing with our local central committees, those on the more rural area who are like, having to really find people to get on the central committee, and then those jurisdictions where you just have a ton of Democrats running.
Well, with that many Democrats in particularly wealthy communities, after the election, if you guys just decide that you have more money than you know what you could possibly ever spend it on, Oklahoma volunteers to help you with some of that.
I wish we had it like that, right? I wish it was so much money was flowing that you could be a blessing to other states, because I would do it for sure. Because I know
one of the things that we've heard this whole season is how well Democrats were raising money, and unfortunately, many in the media did not break that down to say the Biden-Harris campaign. And that's a real thing, because I'm grateful for every nickel that we take in as a gift from people here in Oklahoma and wherever they may come from. I'm grateful for that. But what a lot of people don't understand is they hear that the party is flush with money, and yet you and I both know that we still have to make payroll.
Yes.
Next month and the next month and the next month, and pay the light bill, and those expenses just keep on going.
Exactly. Yeah. And here's the thing, like, particularly because we're in the pandemic, we're have to think of different ways of raising that money, because we can't have our traditional events that we have where you have your big dinner and, you know, you have a nice spread and the ticket prices and things like that. And so you've got to think outside that a little bit, because you can't have those big events. And luckily, you know, for Maryland, we have a new chair who came in December of last year, and I came on in February of this year. So leadership does matter, as you know as well, because I've worked with your chair when I was at the DNC, and I was working in the ASDC. So like, yeah, leadership matters, and it matters who you have, so that you have those big ideas and those different ideas to make sure you do pay your role.
You know, and I'll tell you something. This year has been a year of needing to share and borrow ideas from each other, because, you know, we all have big events that we count on, and we found ourselves in a situation where it wasn't happening this year.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I know that you are an hour behind us. You've been up longer than I have today. And I just want to thank you for the work, the great work that you do in Maryland. I admire you for all that you contribute. And so thank you for joining us tonight. And I'm looking forward to, and I hope it's not in the too distant future, when we can actually all get together in person.
Exactly.
A lot of Dems around the country I need to get hugs from, I'll tell you.
There you go. There you go. I can't wait for that day too. And thank you so much, Scott, for inviting me to participate in your activities.
Well, my pleasure. You have a good evening. And our chair just stepped into the studio. Matter of fact, I'm going to bring her up now so she can.
Yes. Hey, Chair, how are you?
I'm good. I'm jealous of Virginia, because they got you.
Hey, it was a hard decision leaving the DNC, where we got to meet, you know, very closely and work together. But I am glad to be in ED, because it's really yeoman's work. So I really appreciate it. Yeah.
All right. Good to see you.
Eva, thank you. Soon. Bye-bye. Well, I'm going to step out of, first of all, our chair is now sitting in Senator-elect Joanna Dossett's seat. So while she corrects the name there, I'm getting ready to take a step out of the studio, and she is going to interview a couple of people, one here in the studio and one who's waiting, and then I'm going to have the good fortune to come back and visit with Laura West, who will be joining us from the West Village in Manhattan tonight. And I'm really excited to get into that conversation. So we still have more show left for you. I'm delighted for all of you who are staying with us. And the time is moving quickly for me, and that's a good sign, because it means we're all having a good time and still keeping our spirits up and high and alive. So Laura, if you will stay with us, we'll be to you in just a little bit. And now I'm going to give it back to Alicia, and I will see you all in just a very, very few minutes. Thank you.
Hi, Democrats. So I've been talking a lot here all day, and people have been asking, you know, what is our strategy? Where do we go from here? And, you know, one of the big things that's important for Oklahoma Democrats is that we start at the municipal level, that we start recruiting folks for municipal races, and then recruit from municipal races. And it starts out with getting quality candidates. And so I want to introduce a couple of municipal candidates who won this evening. I'm going to start with Christina Chikoroski from the Edmond area. And then I'm going to bring in also Mikey Arthrell, who I am thrilled got elected as my city councilor this evening. So Christina, thank you for being so patient. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations. Tell us how you're feeling tonight.
I actually have some bummer news, but I did not win my race.
You're muted.
Oh, I'm not.
There we go.
Can you hear me now?
I can't hear you. Can you say something now?
Yeah, hi.
Okay. So tell me how you're feeling tonight.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Actually, I did not win this evening.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm grateful though that you put your name on the ballot.
Thank you. We got over 133,000 votes. We've got about 96% of the votes in, but I am down by about 20,000 votes. So sometimes you just can't beat that established Republican stronghold that's on most of our counties. And we're seeing that at all levels in our county races right now, where I came in with a strong 16,000 vote lead with early voting and absentee voting. But as the evening came in, as those precincts came in, that lead really narrowed. So we still are holding out for kind of that final count vote, but yeah, right now I'm down about 20,000 votes.
20,000 is a big number, and I apologize, but I'm going to say that I'm grateful that, like I said, that you put your name on the ballot, because what that does is that it gets Democrats out, it gets Democrats excited, and it also builds in that district that maybe it's a winnable district the next time. Now that people know who you are and they see how hard you work.
Yeah, no one ran in 2016, so it's a very big deal. I'm honored and completely humbled to get 133,000 votes. The first time I ever put my name on a ballot, so it's a very big deal.
And that's something you should be proud of. You absolutely should be proud of. And again, that area, needs to now get used to seeing a Democrat on the ballot.
Yeah.
Right. But you're giving hope to Democrats in that area.
I hope so. Young females that want to run for office. We need more, and especially at that county level where, we've got to support County Commissioner Carrie Bloomer and her progressive young stances. And, we really want to carry kind of that more democratic voice up from the city council up into the county government. So this is not the last that they have seen of me, for sure. And we've got to keep that county government accountable for all the shenanigans they're trying to pull right now. So
absolutely, and it'll be easier next time because now people know how to say your name, right?
That's exactly right. Yeah, even Alexa's getting to where she can announce it whenever you start a car. So we're getting good. If the computer can announce it, we're pretty good.
Oh, I'm jealous. The computer can't say my name right. So speaking of names, so we're also joined by Mikey Arthrell, and he's not Scott J. Hamilton, but his name is pronounced wrong as well, quite a bit. Tell me how you're feeling, Mikey.
Well, I'm feeling nervous. I want to make sure you can hear me on your mic because we're right next to each other. Yeah, you can hear great. Well, I'm feeling very relieved. This is my fourth race. 2 of them have been runoffs. And so I know what it is to lose and do it again. And, you do definitely gain some traction. I just had that call with, so I'm a city councilor here in Tulsa, and got that call from the sitting one. And I had called him 2 years ago. So it's just kind of full circle. But what really, I'm just thankful. I'm really thankful that people showed up, that they saw through kind of the national politics that tried to infect this election. And yeah, Tulsa's an amazing city, and I'm so proud to be a citizen here.
So a good thing about having the two of you here is this is your fourth time running. I know it's at least your second time. I just now moved into your district, and at least it's your second time running in the district. And did those prior runs help with name recognition, help you get to know your district better?
Yeah, it meant everything. I mean, that's my strong suit, is knocking doors and talking to people. And so the fact that I got to come by 2 years later and talk to all the same people again and kind of develop that trust, you start getting discouraged at a certain point, or sometimes, it even gives you a boost when you realize people don't know who you are or what the city council is or who the sitting councilor is or any of that. And but by the end of it, people know you, and you get to start that relationship. And that relationship means you're a human. So when they got needs, when they have desires, when they have dreams, like you get to collaborate with them, and that's what will give us that longevity too.
And additionally, I might add, when they start sending out the ugly mail about you, now that you're human, the ugly mail is just garbage.
It is, yeah.
You know, and that's when you know you've arrived, Christina. It's when they start.
Next time.
Well, but that is the real thing, and so you know, I'm hopeful that, you know, you'll still be around, that you'll still be involved. I know that Seisha and Josh are just sitting around waiting for you to join Young Democrats and get involved there. So I'm glad that you're there. I'm glad that you, Mikey, are here. Thank you both for joining us on what has to be a really long night for you, because I'm sure you got up and went about your day and ran. And thank you. I thank you both. It makes my job easier when there are quality candidates. When I don't really have to worry about or duck away from the candidates that are on the ballot, because the candidates that are on the ballot with a D behind their name are decent people. And so I want to thank you both for being decent. Thank you so much. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
I don't know where I am.
That's okay.
So, yay, Scott's back. Scott's back.
Oh, boy. At least I know that people are waiting to talk to you still, so I'm going to open my mic, and I will. In just about 15 minutes, okay?
All righty, thank you, Scott. Before I leave, I want to say, and I want to make sure that everyone knows that Scott has worked very diligently for the last several weeks, inviting people from all over the country to participate. And because of the relationships that he's made as part of the ASDC, he had more people say yes than you know we possibly could have imagined. And I just want you guys to know how hard this man works and how grateful I am for that.
Thank you. And we will see you again in just a little bit. And now, after this, we're going to be talking to Laura West in.
Appreciate you.
Let me say all that again, since I was muted. I guess I'm a little more tired than I realized. I said, welcome. I'm glad you could stay up and join us at almost midnight tonight.
Good to see you, Scott.
You too. Listen, first of all, thank you. I am grateful that you agreed to spend a little bit of time with us tonight. I want you to tell me what the last 4 years has been like for you. Now, in full transparency for our audience, you and I have been friends for a very long time now, and we've followed each other's ups and downs, our career challenges, our personal challenges. But if I can say this, I know that this has been a very challenging time for you in your search for meaningful employment. And I feel for you, because I think for some people, once we hit a certain age, doesn't matter our experience. But I know you, and I know how tenacious you are. I know what a good worker you are. No, I'm very serious. So I'd like for you to tell me what the landscape these last few years has meant to you as a professional woman, and how the impact that it's had on you, Laura.
Ooh. Well, in a hyphenated phrase, I would describe the past 4 years as an absolute horror show. It's I think the current administration has just damaged so many areas. It's damaged the workplace. It's damaged education. It's damaged healthcare. And the past 4 years have really, I think, been a succession of, trying to get through a day at a time, a week at a time, and, just trying to, take deep breaths and hope for the best. And of course, now we're at tonight, which I hope is going to have the outcome that so many of us want.
I do too, Laura. Tell me what the mood has been like among your friends in New York. And I need to be real clear. I think that in much of the country, there's the impression that New York City is New York, and that could not be further from the truth.
We're just a small part of it, unfortunately.
Yeah, really a very small part of it, because you don't have to go far from the Bronx Westchester border until you wind up with a landscape that's not a bit unlike Oklahoma or Iowa or some other places around the country. But I would like for you to focus specifically on New York City, particularly Manhattan. We know that Brooklyn has just blown up. Great things have happened there, even in the midst of this pandemic. New York has really done a yeoman's job, not surprisingly, because New Yorkers are just that way through the pandemic. But what has the mood been like among your friends? Is it hopeful? Is it cautious? Is it?
I think it's a combination of hope, as you say, hopeful, cautious, semi-nervous breakdown tonight. But I think, we are really striving to remain positive. I think we've got so many body parts crossed that I'm surprised any of us can move. And I think one significant thought is, I'm not a huge fan of, well, whichever way it goes down tonight, because I know how I want it to go down tonight.
Sure.
And it's not something that Mr. Trump would have in mind. But, I think one prevailing thought is that regardless of the outcome, we'll hopefully take a few minutes to breathe, and then we will get back down to work, whether that is, God forbid, trying to keep the faith and keep the strength for another 4 years of the current administration, which would make us deeply unhappy, or hopefully, an incoming new administration that we hope will bring some sanity back to this.
What you said is not trite. It's not whatever happens, I think that what you're doing is you are epitomizing one of the things that I most admire about New Yorkers and New York as my adopted home for so many years. I know the resiliency, and God, we all lived through Rudy Giuliani. I'm now thankful the whole country has him. Oh man,
I'm so lucky.
Yeah, but my point is serious, and that is I think we can all learn a lot. By the way, that New Yorkers are looking at things and saying, this is what I want. This is what the country needs. This is what my family needs. And if it doesn't turn out that way, then we have got to come up with another plan.
That's it. We're going to need plan B.
Yeah. And it's not throwing in the towel. It's not calling it quits. And at least for those of us with no money, it means not moving to Iceland or some nice place like that. Gosh, I do have wonderful daydreams about Iceland. And
Iceland's been tempting.
Hasn't it? Actually, right now, after an ice storm, anything with a beach, and that includes Coney Island, okay? Believe me.
That'll work.
I've been swimming in Coney Island's waters in January more times than I can count, and something to be said for that. Well, Laura, I'm glad that you jumped on with us this evening.
Thanks for inviting me.
Made you stay up way too late for this, but it was important to me. I wanted to get the impression of particularly a female's impression. You are a professional woman, and you see things with a great deal of clarity because you are self-sufficient. And while that's a good thing, it can also be terribly scary. And I just want to say I recognize that, and that makes it even more impressive to me that you just keep on plugging through. So I am sharing your optimism for tonight, and I hope that if anyone tonight, no matter where in the country you are watching us from, if you need someone who is extremely experienced as a writer, editor, marketing guru, I'm happy to connect you with Laura West because you won't go wrong there.
I did not pay him to say that, I promise.
No, you didn't. And I see you blushing and don't because you deserve that praise. My friend, thank you for joining us tonight. And
great to see you.
After we all rest up a bit, we'll talk again soon, okay?
We'll catch up. Meanwhile, wonderful job tonight, Scott. Thank you. Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure. Great to see you as always.
You too. Thank you, Laura. Good night.
Be well. Have a good night.
Well, like I said earlier, we a lot of folks who had committed to being with us got pulled right into something else tonight, and that's to be expected. We know how things can be, and certainly unpredictable is the word of the night in many things and in many ways. I want to spend a moment thanking all of the candidates in Oklahoma, certainly, but I want to thank all of the candidates around the country who gave themselves up to public scrutiny, who took time away from their families, their jobs, who in many cases went into debt to fund a campaign, all because they believe that things can be and should be better for all of us living in this country. And I can't stress enough how important it is that we all involve ourselves in this process to the very greatest extent that we can. Because as we've heard from several of our guests tonight, young people are in fact making a real difference, a positive difference, and it's up to the rest of us to continue to lead that way and be role models and examples of them. I'm just reaching out to Wayne Besen, who I want to bring back in for a moment because I want him to I want him to say a few words before we go as well. And I meant what I said when I was talking to my friend Eva in Maryland, that so many people have just given. They've given to candidates up and down the ticket. They've given to the DNC, and they've given to state parties. And all of that in the midst of a pandemic when so many people are uncertain about their next steps bodes very, very well for this process and the generosity of Democrats around the country. I will ask that you not forget your state parties as we move from tonight, because we still have staffs, we still have work to do in getting more people within our states elected to school board, to mayor, to city council person, to the school board. I can't stress enough school board, because the reason that that's so important is because that can be a tremendous growth position for someone who is committed to their community. Growth in terms of the progress that they can make for their community, but also in learning more about the political process that will serve them well should they decide to pursue a career or at least next steps in politics. And so again, thank you to all of you who have contributed, and I would ask that you consider making one more donation after tonight to your state party in any amount, because like I always tell people, we use every nickel that we raise for one purpose, and that is to elect more Democrats to office. Some of the guests that I really wanted to speak with tonight were friends in Hawaii and Colorado. But we did well, I think, in terms of crisscrossing the state, probably the nation, and getting different perspectives of people that are not here in Oklahoma. And I always think that that's a good thing. My husband and I have an expression that we use, and that is that you don't know anything about the world until you get off the block or off the stoop or off the porch, until you start to understand that there's a great big world out there, and it's full of people with new ideas, different ideas, that are not perhaps so different from our own, but enough that can at least cause us to think in such a way that we that we understand that we don't have all the answers, that we don't know everything, and that's how we help each other think. So again, I'm going to bring Wayne Besen back for just a moment. I'm going to ask Tucker if you would invite Alicia back into the studio. We are just about to wrap up this evening. Before we do, though, again, thank you to all of you who spent time with us. It has been truly my pleasure. I mentioned before that Dan Rather said that this may be his last election night. I hope it's not. But if it is, I wouldn't mind taking a part in even broader broadcast this time in 4 years. My congratulations to all of our friends in media who have just done such a good job in keeping us informed. These are people that we welcome into our homes day in and day out, and we come to trust them for a reason, because they give us the truth. So I'm happy to bring back in with me now the person who has been my and someone I also have the pleasure of working with every single day. We have built a relationship that I think bodes well for the party and for the future of our party, because we have been able to work together day and night, weekends, as long as we're doing something for people that we care about, and that's all of the people in Oklahoma, and not just Democrats. We want this to be a better place to live for all people. And so with that, Alicia, we are down to the last 3 minutes of a 4-hour wall-to-wall broadcast tonight. I know that you've got to be hoarse from all the interviews that you have done. But what do you have to leave us with tonight as we say our goodbyes?
So what I have to say at the end of this night is that I am inspired. I'm inspired by the wins that we've made, and by the tireless candidates, even the ones who weren't successful tonight. They put their name out there. They put their blood, sweat, and tears out there. They inspire Democrats to volunteer and make phone calls and phone bank. And those are things that you don't have to do. I mean, you really can just go home and chill with your family. And the fact that we had candidates good enough, that and inspiring enough, that folks wanted a phone bank. I mean, literally, I had people DMing me on Facebook, how can I help? And I'd say, where do you live? And they'd say, I don't care. I just want to help somebody. I just need to be helping a Democrat. And the fact that I didn't hesitate, I knew I had a whole list of Democrats that I would be proud for them to have helped, and proud for them to have been able to drive across the finish line. I am hopeful for where Oklahoma is going to be. We are making the steps that we need to be making towards making Oklahoma not appear to be such a red state. I know I know what the registration numbers are. I know what our reputation is. But what I also know is that Oklahoma is more of a non-voting state. And in this election cycle, Democrats showed up in record numbers. Democrats showed up early. They voted by absentee. And that tells me that Democrats still have hope. That they still have hope. And that makes me have hope.
Alicia, stay with me just a minute. I want to bring Wayne back in. Wayne Besen, my gosh, what a trooper you have been, bouncing in and out with us tonight, offering some great perspectives. You are truly one of the great thinkers of our time, and it's been a privilege to work with you again. I always value those opportunities, and it seems like we find unique ways to work together when neither of us was planning on that. So I just want to offer our thanks in this last minute that we have together for all that you've done tonight, but more importantly, all that you do every day through your organization, Truth Wins Out, to make a positive impact on the lives of people today and those to come. Thank you, my friend, for all that you've done.
It's great. It's great being on with you, and you're doing so much and fighting in Oklahoma, and we need to fight everywhere in this country. And I'm just, this is a big night for all of us, and I think we're all very concerned. Our future is on the line, and whether we're going to, this country is going to go through some very difficult times, or we're going to rebuild with Joe Biden and Harris. And, I mean, you know, how many people may lose their health care very soon with the Affordable Care Act? I mean, their lives are going to be destroyed. People are worried, and even no matter what happens, we have to reckon with the fact that around 40 to 50% of this country looked at what they saw from Donald Trump and said, "I like that," and that's a long-term problem that I think that should concern us all. There's so much potential for this country if we just move forward and stop living in the past. We need to make America great tomorrow, not again, meaning going backward. And I think that's hopefully what this election will bear. And we can
I think you're right.
Behind us and write a new chapter. Now, I'll always have faith in the United States of America and believe in this country. I love this country, and I think we can accomplish so much. But there's a dark side represented, by people throughout our history, people like a Joe McCarthy, and Donald Trump is that underbelly of America. And if he's allowed to succeed and bring out all of the worst, all the worst traits in this country, it's going to, and I'll tell you, I'm just going to say one more thing too. What really concerns me is we've seen Donald Trump with COVID-19, and he's had no plan. And we're going to see the cases skyrocket. He's going to take this as vindication for his coronavirus disaster. He's going to go out to the bars without masks and party like it's 1999, and the cases are going to explode. And oh, by the way, that's going to also terribly harm our economy. So it's imperative that Biden and Harris prevail. I'm hoping that's the case, and especially where I'm in Pennsylvania. I'll just end. I'm concerned that the scenario that concerned me was that it would come down to Pennsylvania, and Donald Trump would try to throw away the mail-in votes. It may come to that, and that's something that could be very combustible for this country if he attempts to steal the election in that way.
But you are there looking out for the people of Pennsylvania and the people of this country. Wayne, thank you. We are out of time, but we've got more to talk about, and I'm going to count on seeing you very, very soon on the Hamilton Report. Okay, my friend?
Thank you so much, and a great show tonight. I was honored to be part of it.
Thank you, Wayne. Well, with that, my friends, it is now 11:02. We've kept you 2 minutes longer than what we promised we would. Alicia, I don't know about you, but as high as my energy was, I'm starting to feel like it's kind of dropping a little bit. So it could be well timed to wrap up the day soon. But it's been a real pleasure working with you tonight, and I hope that you folks have enjoyed it. I appreciate you being with us, and know that we are here. We are your Oklahoma Democratic Party. We'll be here tomorrow and the day after that and the one after that. Please take good care of yourself. Spend some time just hugging yourself and those that you live with, and virtually hugging everyone else. We will be back in touch soon. Tomorrow, Alicia will not be doing her live broadcast at 4:15 because she's taking the day off. She just learned that. But we'll be back doing her. She'll be back doing her lives later in the week. And as always, I look forward to spending time with you at 7:00 Central Time on Mondays for the Hamilton Report. On behalf of Alicia, the officers, the staff, and all the Democrats in Oklahoma, I'm Scott J. Hamilton, thanking you for joining us. Keep believing good things and please keep being agents of positive change. Good night, everybody.